Oi, oi. Oi, oi. Good morning, good morning. How we all doing? How we doing? It's a chill day today. Chill day today. Tuesday. Day before reset, unless you play Team NA at least. NA goes its first reset today. We have to wait till tomorrow. And the tunes sound just they're a bit blasty in my ears. Even though Ellie Goulding is a bit of a secret favourite of mine. Anyway, I I don't really right. I am not sure where we go today. What we do today. It's really going to be just to poke around and just sort of finish a few things, I guess. But the reality is I feel as if I've finished most farm routes. Well, I would love to farm routes, but I can't really do any delves. I mean, I could do non-bountiful delves. I could run bountiful delves and not open the damn flipping chest at the end, but it all seems a bit silly. Mostly because as of tomorrow, I'm going to have lots of delves to do, because we did finish the seasonal journey for delves. I put in a bit of a shift. Saturday night, I sat down and I just went for it. A few beers, just went for it. Was it Saturday night, Friday night? I can't remember. Either way, one of the nights. I just went for it, and a few beers later, it was job done. But this means that as of tomorrow, tier 11 bountiful coffers have the chance for a piece of hero equipment in them. Which, funnily enough, might actually mean that it would be quicker to level up a flipping brand new fresh level 90 right now in terms of gearing than it did just a week ago before we had this. Because you also get tier 9 delves dropping champion warbound gear as well. These were the two reasons I wanted to push the journey. I started off, you know how all things start, right? I started with the idea of like, let's get to 4. Let's get to 4, because then we get some of our myth crests. And then I got to 4, and it was like, well, it's not capped. Why don't we just keep going? So I did. But how are we all doing, boys and girls? Are we good? Pag B, welcome in. Good morning. Euler, Chalida, welcome in. Good morning. Good morning, BM Hunter. Soterion, how are we all doing? Good to see you all. I hope I missed you all yesterday. I was busy yesterday. I apologise. I should have at least given some pre-warning, but I was busy yesterday. Gearing will be slower this patch. Well, that was my theory. That was my theory going into Season 2. I did half assume that they'd slow down the gearing process, since there's not humongous amounts extra things to be doing, at least if you played a good quantity in Season 1. I guess if you just turned up for Season 2 and didn't play Season 1, there's loads of stuff, but not even level 3 of the Delve journey. Well, it's no big, like, ultimately, the way the rest of the world will see this is that this is kind of pointless if you do Mythic Plus. Because Mythic Plus doesn't put any cap, realistically, on your gearing and your progress, other than the effort that you put into it. But from a solo perspective, somebody who really doesn't particularly like doing Mythic Plus, delves, the vault, you know, weekly activities are the ways that I get my hero gear, and I just kind of pretend myth gear doesn't exist, because I know I'm never going to get it. What is the dog chewing on? The bears? Oh, you found a cardboard box? You found a cardboard box? Sneaky back. You chew in the cardboard box? Got loads of toys to play with, dogs. What cardboard boxes? They're, there's only 2 in here today. Oh my god, that's me. Big screen. That's big me. Don't need big me. Where's this one? Oh, that's also not pointing anywhere. Oop. There's a butt. There's a butt. Bloof butt. Floofy butt. Okay, we don't need to expose the world. Somebody's sneaking the cardboard box away. Sneaky, sneaky cardboard box still. Theft. The green cardboard box, Amalams. You eat a green cardboard box, you're gonna shit green. I try and give these these puppies loads of toys, but they will do what they will do. But so yeah, I'm not totally sure where we go and what we do today. There's obviously the daily activities I need to keep up with. I actually need to do some fishing. Probably need to keep up with, do a bit of a restock on some decor. We've had a few decor sales. And just ponder about. I mean, there are technically, we could work on pushing the renown a little bit. I need to get to renown 14. How do we get to 14? Comfortably? I mean, technically, the singularity, like these two, I still need to get to level 20. I was real casual on doing world quests. I mean, maybe we work on those, because until they say 20, I'm going to feel that it's not job complete. But I need to get to 14. Because 14 gives the last spirit corrosion point to use at the altar. I'm 19 out of 20, and coins can't get me any further. Or at least I can't buy the last point, apparently. You have to get it from renowned 14. So we've got to get up to here before we can complete the tree. What are we saying on corrosive coins? 12,000 corrosive coins I have. 82,000 needed to buy the remaining stuff. Aha, okay. Well, we got some way to go there. The vault, the downstairs area, is actually one of the most efficient ways to farm coffer keys on a weekly basis. So I might not feel the need to zerg these coins much further, because I'll passively get quite a few of them, I reckon, in the upcoming weeks. Yo, Kahani with a 54. Oh, 4 months to Christmas. My man, thank you very much. Good morning to you. Hope you're well. Oh, and I've made some changes to the Discord as well. For any of you guys that lurk in the Discord anyway, you probably won't notice it because you're already there. But I've had to activate a mini questionnaire thing to join the Discord, since I lost my rag with the flipping gold selling bots that were just flooding the Discord on a daily basis. And whilst they were, you know, for the most part, they were staying quiet. They weren't spamming the channels in Discord all much. They were scraping the member list and then DMing people directly with the spam rather than posting it in the channels. So they've just found an alternative way to be annoying. So I now have had to take slightly more serious measures with the Discord. So if you're not in the Discord, or if you leave the Discord and join back up to the Discord at any point, you will have to fill out. It's literally a 2-button. You know, it's just a 2-button application form. Are you a human? Yes or no. Where did you find this Discord? Please write something human-like in this box. And it means I am manually accepting every application to the Discord now. Well, me and the mods, at least. Yeah, spammers making life worse for everybody. It's frustrating, but at least, I mean, I want the integrity of people being in the Discord. I want people to have the understanding that they're not going to get spammed by gold selling bots. It's quite simple. So I've had to take pretty serious measures. I've already had to put like phone verification on the accounts. People to talk in this. I'm at a loss what to do to try and keep the gold selling bots away. Clearly there's a let's go post in Mantheus's flipping Discord, because there's lots of gold making people in there. Lots of people in there that might want to buy gold in there. It's kind of annoying. Discord friend requests where the message is gold spam. Yeah, it's just really annoying. And the only thing I can do is to try harder to prevent them in the Discord in the first place. But it does mean that legitimate people that want in the Discord have to take 2 extra small little steps to get in, and can't get in at their own leisure. They have to be invited in, which is slightly annoying and not really the direction I wanted to go. But, you know, kind of have to, it is what it is. I understand the phone thing, but I'm not giving Discord my phone number, so I can't post my screenshots of Manthy Graves in DAOs. Well, I mean, unfortunately, that's each to their own, but it's each to their own. But like, I had to do something to verify that the members in there are legitimate human beings and not just spam accounts. The world is a worse place for bots, unfortunately. But what I want to do, I'm reasonably, like, by my standards, I feel I'm reasonably geared as well. Have I got any gaping great big holes in this setup? I've still got a few veteran pieces I'd like to replace with champion gear ASAP. Crafted my hero weapon, as I don't have access to enough myth crests to upgrade that yet. It's why you have a burner. Well, and that, yeah. Yeah, you know, a €10 bonus SIM card. 6 of 6 veteran there. Yeah, I've still got a few veteran pieces that could do with being replaced. Hopefully, we should have some juicy vaults tomorrow. Oh my god. The vaults could be popping tomorrow. All of my alts have got like a full 8-slot vault filled. The world track is filled on all of my alts with tier 11s. I won't be doing that every week, that's for sure. Absolutely won't be doing that every week. The only thing I'm tempted to do on a couple of my alts is to do a couple of raid finders on them. Because while I've got not terrible gear on my alts, I do not have a single piece of set on any of them, and won't be getting it unless it comes out the vault, or I can catalyst something. Do we get a catalyst charge tomorrow? Or do we already have one? When do we get catalyst charges? Oh, we do have a catalyst charge already. Oh, interesting. I'm not going to send that yet. Every 2 weeks makes sense. So we have one already. The goal is to get your 4 set as quickly as possible, isn't it, really? Because then that unlocks the ability to get yet more catalyst charges for all of your alts. Second from the K... Well, that's not happening. Just catalyst a cloak. Yeah. Yeah, I don't actually have a hero piece anything. I'm hoping we get some... Well, this is the thing, right? As of tomorrow, I get 8 opportunities for hero gear via bountiful chests. Well, 6, actually. It's technically only 6, isn't it? Because I don't understand this logic, right? Why do they only give us... Why can we only obtain enough coffer key shards to make 6 keys a week? Why do they do that? Why do they do that? Why do they make it so you feel obliged to spend your undercoins? Why do they do that? Like, your track here is to do 8 activities, and they give you enough keys to do 6. And it's like, you son of a bitch. Now you're going to make me do either 2 high-tier delves just to fill this slot without getting any reward from the delves themselves. It seems like a real harsh thing to do. Seems very harsh. Here's the you need to do 8 things, but we're only going to give you access to 6 of them. Seems weird. it wasn't too bad when ritual sites also counted, because you were like balancing those two activities anyway. You were doing some delves, you were doing some ritual sites. I don't know, what does Nightmare Prey count as? 26 volts next week to choose? Wait, you were doing Bountiful Delves on 26 characters? Oh my god. Don't rituals count anymore? No, they don't. No. Well, the ritual sites haven't been brought up to new standards. Oh, Prey counts as 8, does it? Okay, so maybe that's where the thought is. Maybe it's that you should be doing a bit of Prey as well. I don't know, whatever. 13 characters, oh my god. Didn't take anything this week in quote-unquote hope that next week the 3 slots from this week will get me a bonus roll. Interesting. You reached your fun limit for the week. Please enjoy all activities equally. Yeah. I heard, I can't remember if it was on the WoW subreddit or, I can't remember where I heard it, but somebody has completed the Prey journey already, which is actually wild. Like, it's pretty degen to have done the Delve one already, but it's really fucking degen to have done the Prey journey. Because this is just an extreme grind. It takes, what is it, 80 delves? 80, no, what is it? 200 Prey per level? Is that what it is? What's the maths on that? No, it's 80. It's 80. It's 80 per, because you get 50 rep per one, don't you? So you need to do 80 Prey per level once you've got your quick 4,000 for the week. Oh my god. Yeah, somebody's completed this, which is bananas. They wanted it for the Servant of Astalor title, because apparently they were a massive Astalor fanboy. And so just spent their entire life doing Prey the last week, which is, when you think of the numbers, what is it, 80 per rank? That's 800 Prey, up to as many as 800 Prey already this season. Jesus. Absolutely not. Absolutely no. And interestingly, like, some of this stuff looked quite appealing. Like Poor Unfortunate Souls. Afflicted Souls can now drop from heavy trunks in Tier 6 Bountiful Delves. Afflicted Souls can be used on a Nightmare mode hunt to accelerate the progress and give you bonus champion track equipment. This sounds kind of quite useful. Until you look into the Delve journey and realise that, well, I get Warbound champion gear from Tier 9 Delves anyway. Which can be sent anywhere. I guess I guess the theory was that you were meant to sort of inch both of these up at the same time, meaning that you would probably cross this threshold first. You would start getting champion track equipment, but only in your delves, and it's not warbound, you can't send it places. You'd start getting this first, and then in a couple of weeks' time, via your delves, you'd start getting champion track stuff. But how's the surges looking? Not good. Not good. I have done 18. I have done a little over 10%. 10%. Yeah. Yeah, that's an oof situation. That Curse Breaker title, I feel, might never happen. It might never happen unless I legitimately choose to multi-box it. That might be the only way I get this done. But I'm not convinced I'm genuinely not convinced I'm gonna spin up the other 4 accounts this season. Simply because The only thing I'm going to be incentivized to do is level them all to 90. And leveling them all from 80 to 90, I don't know what the optimum way to do it is. And I genuinely suspect that it will be better during the anniversary event. But I also know I might not play the anniversary event much due to a little Rockstar production. So I don't know. Spinning up the other 4 accounts would pretty unanimously mean that I spend all my day just flipping cross-realm and making a bunch of gold. Which is probably what a lot of you guys want to see. But it's not necessarily entirely what I want to do. So yeah, this probably won't happen. 250 patrols down in the vault. I'm less than 100 patrols. Like, if you've done 79, you've nearly done as many surges as I've done patrols down low. Prey hunts give 125k experience. That's pretty wild. I wonder if... Do you get journey progress for doing those on low level alts? I might... Although see the problem is scaling, isn't it? It's going to make the hunts much slower if you're undergeared. Don't know. Completed the 150 surges and 250 patrols. I have my life back now. Oh my god. Sheesh. I feel for you. Yes, but the weekly limiter still applies. Well, I have an unlimited amount of alts, so that's not so much of an issue. I'm wondering if slowly leveling them up that way is an option. I don't know. Altar powers can be used on the low levels. How do you even get them to the altar? Oh, can you just take the portal and fly there now, even on low? Yeah. Oh, via the delves. Of course. Yeah. That might be interesting, you know. That might be interesting. Let me... one thing I need to do, I need to get my fishing dailies out of the way. Because otherwise I forget to do them. And I want that new fishing rod. Can't really go downstairs as far as I know. Well, surely you should be able to take the flight path like anybody else, though, shouldn't you? I mean, you're going to get turned into mincemeat within seconds, but in theory... Oh, there's a surge on. How long's it been on for? 3 minutes. Yo, if you don't have this mini map up, you'd never see half the surges, I swear. Only since this patch have I had this, like, zone map on. And it's incredibly useful. Did the Ricala grind, got the mount on kill 20-ish? 30 more kind of sucked. Yeah, I was really lucky, I think. I didn't get... Well, in a way, I was lucky that I didn't get the mount until the 49th kill. So I basically got the pet, the mount, the toy, and the achievement, like, bish, bash, bosh. I was quite happy about that. Plus, it helped get a whole bunch of hero crests on my ults as well, which will definitely come in useful next week when we start getting hero gear on them. Not that I'm going to have much incentive to level the ults, I just really use them this week as a way to slingshot my delve journey. Honestly, I will probably just do my delves on my main, and that might be it for, you know, short term. Oh, I got here and there's nobody else here. Are these zones already dead, by the way? Are we now at the point where enough people have, like, gone, you know what, I'm just going to spend my days in Mythic Plus? While I wasn't able to stream yesterday, I did jump in and get a few bits and pieces done. And I'm already really noticing the slowdown in the amount of people in this zone. I'm so glad that I just blasted it week 1 when it was, like, busy. Because, I do worry that this zone is going to be an absolute graveyard in, like, a matter of days. Got to be prime time or just look for a group. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. The fact that this surge has been up for 6 minutes and it had like 10% progress on it is like, oh. Oh. I even saw a screenshot of somebody that had 2 surges up on their shard. An indication that the last one just never got done. In 45 minutes, it just didn't get done. 20%. There's somebody here doing something, but it's not, like, rapid. Only doing it for the purpose of a server hop. Oh god, this one's even further behind. This one hasn't even started. Ah! Wait! This has still got the old one up. Oh, Jesus. Oh, these are dead, aren't they? These are toast. Well, that's quite funny. Well, I'll head back to you guys in a minute. Oh no, it's kept me on their shard. Oh, for fuck's sake. Alright then. I can't be, like, if there's not even groups up for these now. Less than 2 weeks into the season and the zone is like, I mean, I know it's early in the morning, like, it's not even midday, but, like, it's still the first week of the season. Well, let's go help them with this one up here then, at least. The thing is, what they should have done, and what they clearly haven't done, is made there really any substantial reason for you to do the surges. Because they don't really offer anything particularly fantastic. It's just that one disgustingly grindy achievement, which doesn't make any sense. This is one of those vote your wallet kind of things and just absolutely refuse to do it, but... I wonder what Blizzard will take away from the metrics around these events. Probably just make them more grindy. I mean, I know this doesn't apply to everybody, right? And I know there was quite a lot of public backlash around this. But the mechanic of grind, like, when you compare this zone to the Undermine, I mean, I'm biased, I'm quite a big fan of the Undermine, but at least the Undermine presented a semi-permanent long-term grind for most people. Kill rares, find Mechanica, get mounts and pets. Like, it's not rocket science, and I am biased, I know, but I actually think they tuned it right. That finding for most people, finding a Mechanica was a big thing. But there was also simultaneously other things to do out there. Like, you had the 4 separate sub-factions to pay attention to, of which you could only do 1 each week, which was a touch annoying, sure, but you could inch them all up. And then there was the secret faction, right? You know, there was just so much more going for it. So much more going for it. The upstairs of this entire zone has this weird surge gimmick that is just a boss, fill a bar, kill a boss, fill a bar, kill a boss every 45 minutes. Like, it's 2026 World of Warcraft. It's not 2009 World of Warcraft. It's you know, it's uninspiring now because we've done it so many times. The downstairs area has a little bit more to it, but it's impossible outside of group play for the most part. They just haven't found the balance with this zone. They haven't given people the long-term reason to spend time in this zone. Which is why it will be a graveyard, because quite simply there isn't really that much of a reason for most people to be here. Petrified Roots is some nice gold, making about 4k per toon when I do the NPC orders on them. Yeah, I mean, if you can get a few Petrified Roots, it's cash money right now. I'd milk that for everything you can right now, because the reason the Petrified Roots are as expensive as they are is because they're not dropping properly from Delves. I can confirm they've fixed some stuff, but the drop rate is still remarkably lower than what it was in Season 1. I have done probably the best part of 100 Tier 11 Delves this week, and I can probably safely say I didn't get much above double figures in terms of roots. I might have got 20 roots in total, doing like 100 Delves this week. The supply of roots has been both bugged in terms of that you couldn't get them if you automatically ran over the mislaid curios things for a while. They fixed that, but now there's certain delves that just don't drop roots still full stop. Yeah, there's lots of weird stuff going on with the delves that they clearly just need to fix, but it being so broken during the period of time where people are doing an excessive amounts of delves, and the period of time where people are consuming roots like absolute mental. They go into big enchants, gems, like food buff, like cooking uses loads of them. Right, roots could not be in higher demand right now, and they've fucked up the supply. So, perfect cook pot or expensive roots, basically. And yeah, so they've gone from like 300 gold a piece to 1,300 gold a piece. Root vendor in 321. Well, some people have also said that they're getting a lot more roots this season from Mythic Plus. They're dropping from the boxes at the end of Mythic Plus. I saw Elon pull 6 out of an M0 the other day. So I just wonder if they're like, right, we don't want them to all come from delves. We'd want them, I just wonder if they've changed something. But for what reason? Like, sometimes I say change for the sake of change is good, but at least communicate it if that's what they do plan to do. I don't know, whatever. If you invested in roots, or you have a stockpile in your guild bank from doing patron orders, now is the time to purge them. Frustratingly, I sold about 300 of them, and I sold them at 640 gold a piece, because I was like, right, well, they've doubled in price. I'm not going to be greedy. I'm happy with, like, I'm happy with double the money. I didn't invest in them, mind. I just bought, you know, this was just from doing patron orders on a few toons for months, but change for the sake of change is change. I mean, it is. The N plus routes was there to fix the shortage from delves in Season 1. I mean, it could just be a band-aid, yeah. But at the end of the day, as far as the economy is concerned, Blizzard are not that fussed until it gets ridiculous. You know, Blizz didn't step in with tinderboxes until they hit 15k. Let that sink in. So, you know, 1500 gold for a route, you know, doesn't cause major concern at Blizzard HQ. There's an inherent problem here that I might not be able to solo this dude. Oh, there is a warlock over there. Oh, there we go. Prop Paladin. Perfect. Turn off Pet Taunt. No longer my problem. I'm saving my already crafted enchants for tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow might pop off. Like, first vault of the season. Enchanting's going to go bananas tomorrow. Anything that you got pre-cooked already. We're at the point where we'll start seeing the first scenarios of, like, things actually running out. It takes a while. I also don't know how to get rid... Oh, okay. It takes a while for stuff to run out. But we'll start seeing the first stuff run out. And we'll start see... I'd expect to start seeing... base materials starting to creep. I've not looked into the supply chain of any of this, really. But... herbs and ore, I would start to expect that to be creeping now. I'd imagine this first week will have burnt through most of the oversupply and most people, you know, dumping too early. I'm stuck in combat and I'm gonna die. No, we're fine. Quick heal, please. Right, we're fine. We're good. Right, stupid surge done. That was a 20-minute squirrel that wasn't needed. I was trying to do fishing dailies. Oh, God. Ore over in the NA's gone up from about 20 to 35 per at the moment. Yeah, I'd expect to see the creep kick in now. Might make doing some gathering more lucrative, at least for some. I mean, I should be flying around on my druid for like hours a day. I really should. For starters, getting as much wood as I can get my hands on, but then I don't have to worry about it. But secondly, now is the time where herbing and mining is. If you're gonna do any of it ever, you do it now. I mean, if you're going to do any of it ever, you do it the first 4 weeks of the expansion, but, like, if not, you do it now.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
What was the fish? Dirty darters. Oh, you know what? I need to do some fishing, because I'm rank 4 with these fellas now. And I'm due... Wait, hang on. I'm due some treasures for some bonus rep. And rumour has it, they might have buffed the shit out of them. Oh, I should have opened those tomorrow for the adventure quests tomorrow. Wasted them. No, that's not the right thing. Where's the lure? Where did the lure go? There it is. Love it when my error add-on says error, no error occurred. Nice, it's nice and detailed there. Kaleidoscope supplies are also dwindling, up 300 gold. There will be some stuff that will start to move now. We're past the point where people will have panic sold. We're past the point where a lot of early supply will have, like, oversupply will have been hoovered up. Now we're into the realms of, like, somebody's got to go out there and get the materials, and nobody's willing to do it because they're all too busy doing other stuff. Which is what pushes prices up. And it becomes significantly safer for goblins to do, like, big flips on the auction house. You know, for people to just, like, reset markets. Fishing any good? Been struggling with the rep. It's worth doing if you've got the fish head lure. Snake heads. If you can get a reasonable amount of snake heads, you can make some cash money out of it. And whilst you're doing that, hopefully get the treasures at the same time. But it's the near zero barrier to entry, which is never going to make it particularly incredible. I mean, you might get 15, 20k an hour. And that the Isle Zone is more or less done as of next week. Well, yeah, this is also the thing. Like, I say it every season. Before the season, shit's cheap because nobody's got anything to do, and they're all off doing the world content. Everybody, Mythic Raiders are doing world content first week of a patch because their content's not out yet. But soon as Mythic Plus opens up, soon as the raid opens up, 80% of the player base completely abandons whatever the world content is, and it's usually the world content kind of stuff that creates all of the items. So Valera got more levels, heck yeah. I got to 80 already. Catch up, Rose. No, she's a bit of a beast at 80. In fact, she's had to be nerfed, I think, twice. Hotfixes have gone out a couple of times, I think, to have nerfed her a couple of times. Because you put her in tank spec and she was doing 400k DPS. Which is kind of crazy. $400k DPS as a tank is a little bit broken. The new fishing rod be enchanted with the glimmer line. That might go crazy when people reach max rep with the fishers. It can be, or I see no reason why it couldn't be. But I was never able to test it on the PTR because I was not doing the rep grind on the PTR. But so soon as we get it, it'll be interesting to see just how the Venom conversion thing works. But I've got, you know, Season 1 Fused Vitality Epic Rod with the Grand Line enchant on it. So while I'll do it for the content, I can't really recommend most people upgrading to the new one. Unless it ends up being just, like, stupidly OP for fishing for some reason. I've not had a single dirty data yet. This is rigged. Might go and just buy the fish at this point. Although to be fair, I've been fishing for 4 minutes. This is the thing. This is why I can't do. This is why I cannot do farming. Like, everybody quotes farming in like gold per hour, and in my head, spending an hour doing any farm just hurts. Genuinely, just hurts. I've been fishing for 4 minutes, and I'm like, I am bored. I feel bad for you lot sometimes, because I can kind of, you know, I fight through the pain by doing some farming while I stream. And I just chat shit with you guys. It's probably not the most visually entertaining stuff at the time, but yeah, count it in squirrels per hour. That's probably a better way to do it. But for those of you out there that have to do these grinds, have to do the farming, you know, and like raw dog it, it's just mad. I miss wolf farming so much. You're getting the nostalgia kicks. Hey, it's Warlords of Draenor. Isn't it going to be WoD Classic soon? Can't you jump ship and do it again? Yo, your streams would pop off if you were doing WoD Classic Garrison shenanigans. That is assuming that they do WoD Classic. I don't know what their plans are. BlizzCon's soon, isn't it? 2 weeks away? Everybody's a scribe in their garrison, probably, yeah. Right, not a single dirty data or request so far. This is rigged. If I do 10 minutes of fishing and don't get a single thing of what I need, I'm peacing out. Oh, I know why we're not getting any fish. We didn't activate Dun Luck. If you don't switch on Dun Luck, how can you ever expect to get anything? Maybe my pigeons are scaring away the fish. Hey, 2 dirty darters, finally. Told you, Dun Luck. But yeah, some interesting vaults tomorrow. On my alts, I'll probably just, you know, YOLO take stuff out of the vaults. My main, though, I'm going to have to wait till Thursday to take something out of it. Since it makes a lot of sense for me. I mean, assuming I get something interesting in the vault, I might just get complete trash. But if I get something interesting in the vault, it still makes more sense for me to not take it out till Thursday. Because I should probably do my 6 bountiful delves for the week. To get my chances at hero gear there. Because, you know, standard rules apply. If you take something out your garrison, you are guaranteed for that same slot to drop, like, in your first delve. Which would hurt. This is kind of the crazy logic that all the raiders are having to deal with right now, right? That bonus coins are literally the only thing you should take out your vaults, mathematically now, if you raid. Because taking something out the vault does not take it off your bonus roll loot table. Therefore, you could eventually accidentally bonus roll the same item later on in the season. Something. It's just dumb. I wonder if Blizzard is gonna do anything. I mean, it's almost a bit late for them to do anything about that now, isn't it? The system is there. People are playing with it. It's already a thing. I mean, they've literally got until NA reset to do something about that. They've got to come out with a blue post and just say, if you take something out the vault, it comes off your bonus roll loot table. They've got to. Otherwise, they've just completely nuked all the value of the vault for raiders, which is a real feels bad. The vault is meant to be that, like, you know, it's designed to be a bad luck protection system in the first place. If you kill the bosses and don't get the thing you're looking for, you get another chance to get it in the vault. But now they've twisted the vault to be something that Oh, you should just take a bonus roll and go kill the boss again. It's just weird. It's a problem that's gone full circle. $17 routes from a patron order bags. Jesus. I should go do some patron orders. Hey, recipes. Hello. Are these warbound yet? These are warbound. Because these are warbound, I might send these to my engineer because he needs the Rocky to go recipe. And sweet and sour skewers, I think, is tradable. Might send those to... Because knowing my luck, the schematics will be soulbound. Yeah, I'm not gonna open those now. I'm gonna send those to my engineer, who I categorically know needs them. Schematics haven't been soulbound yet. I mean, they could be warbound. But just send it anyway. Sweet and sour skewers, that's a good start. Binds when used. Well, technically I need it, so learn the first, sell the second. Cursed globes, neutralized venom, spices, blood hunters, lucky lowers. That's a season 1 recipe. How the hell is a season 1 recipe turning up in those? Sure, take it. Yoink. That's a good start. And a blood hunter lure. Dead. The Rocky and Rocky to Go schematics are level 90 even to learn them. Oh, are they? Ooh. There's a lot of oddities. There's still a couple of recipes that people haven't found. The jewel crafting one. Always knew you were a rat. Hey, a lucky rat. Welcome in, Jack. Good morning. I've been doing this for long enough now that I can't remember why I'm still doing it. I've got 2 out of 13 dirty darters. Yeah, at this point we just buy them. Said if I made it 10 minutes. Oh, there's 2 more. Raid on Heroic is spicy, I'll say. Blizzard have got... I mean, BlizzCon was always gonna... I mean... I wonder what the play is here for Blizzard. Since the raid on Heroic is tough. BlizzCon is like 3 weeks away. You got half the guys who do the race to world first, who are also in the MDI, at BlizzCon. Those guys are going to be absolutely fried if they fall out of Mythic Progress straight into BlizzCon MDI. They're going to be cooked. But Blizzard then can't come out and nerf the shit out of all of the bosses so the race ends quicker. Because they already have this inherent problem that the world believes that they make the raid for the race to world first. And they clearly do, by the way. But they deny it left, right, and centre. So, you know, are they going to have to, like... What do they do here? It's a rock and a hard place, right? Surely. That's a real rock and a hard place. what are we now? 4 of 8? Most of the top guilds 4 of 8 now. The fact that they've been doing mythic splits is actually grim as well, by the way. It's actually gross now. How much are they paying for mythic splits? Because surely they need helpers for that as well, right? Surely. $100k for normal splits. I mean, 100k for normal, you got to be looking at like what 400k for heroic. Are they just dropping players a mil just for their mythic lockout? I don't know. You think they'll show us some things about the next expansion at BlizzCon? I doubt it. I don't think we've had enough of the story so far. The only thing that they would show us about the next expansion would be something story related. There's no way they'd ever go into like gameplay features or anything like that yet. I don't think we'll get much of anything about the new expansion really. I think most people's smart estimation is that it's going to be pretty Classic Plus heavy this BlizzCon. You know, there'll be some mentionings of retail probably, but I don't think there's going to be anything big announced. Probably talk about Camelot. Yeah, whatever that claims to be. Keep in mind they have coins after reset. The DPS will jump after they clear on heroic. Yeah, I mean, you know, those guys are already geared to within an inch of their lives. No helpers on the mythic split, just alts. Mirror characters of the raiders. Oh, I see. Well, that's the advantage then maybe of them running, what is it, like 15 characters each or something. New housing stuff for 12.15. I think we'll get a 12.15 PTR this week. I'm relatively convinced we'll get a 12.15 PTR this week. They were doing summit. They did summon to the 12.07 PTR the other day. There was a build on the 12.07 PTR, which was probably copying over the most recent live version of the game to it, so that they can patch it with the 12.15 build. So they're working on something. So I would not be surprised if we get a 12.15 PTR this week, and then we'll know. We will know. Right, these dirty darters are taking the piss. I was hoping that we'd at least get like a quest or something for some bonus rep by doing this, but I'm 15 minutes deep and I'm thoroughly bored doing this now. It's not that they make the raids for the race, but they make it with the DPS numbers that the top guilds can push. More controllable and predictable back in the past, but with the later changes, it's hit and miss. I mean, the reality is that, you know, outside the top 10 guilds, top 10 guilds who have the ability to do all of these splits, right, like the gap between the top and everybody else now is just unfathomable, right? Just kind of bonkers, the gap between the top and everyone else. So I guess from Blizzard's perspective, they can just use the top 10 guilds to balance, you know, with live data. And by the time everybody else gets there, especially this patch where heroic seems to be unnecessarily difficult as well. Almost if they're trying to hold most of the player base away from mythic because they're still working on it. You know, tinfoil. With how everything else launched in this patch, I would not be surprised if they were totally not finished with the raid before they launched it. Scissorack mechanic on heroic. The mechanic is a pain in the ass. I'm not starting to watch YouTube. The last time I watched a YouTube video, Jack, they copyrighted my stream. I'm not watching YouTube videos on stream, unfortunately. Stupid enshrouded trailer. But no, like some of the abilities are kind of it's they're trying new stuff, which is cool at least. They're pushing for new stuff. What's another's treasure? This is your treasure, show it off. 10-second cooldown. Crafted item, midnight fishing. What the fuck is this? Proudly sharing your treasure with the world. I'm holding a tin can. Okay. One man's trash is another man's treasure. I'm a rat holding a tin can. You can't really see because I don't think it was ever meant to be on a rat. Sure. Not even a consumable either. I haven't named these pigeons. I haven't named them. It was too tempting to name them Black Cock. But no, they're just default named, these ones. Left and right. Idiot not. Brains in the middle. Well, we don't use them really much anymore, but the pink elephants were Pinky and Stinky. I've used these since the Undermine and I haven't named them. I've accidentally gone and got all my Dun-Dun shards as well. Wonder if we go do a Dun-Dun run. If you're going to name them Black and Cock, you might as well name them Suspension in 3 days. Yeah. Yeah, 3-day and holiday. 3-day vacation. Bo and Oob. I mean, that would probably do the same. Now, lunch and dinner I like the sound of. Now we're talking. Right, the amount of time it's taken to not even get 13 dirty darters is actually gross. KFC and nuggets. That's cool. Has anyone seen KFC's new advert with speed in it, by the way? Unbelievable the heights that guy has exploded to. I'm still not a fan of Speed, personally. His rise to fandom was very questionable in my opinion. No, not the drug. Although it would appear he's on something. Oh, Cow and Chicken was an awesome TV program, by the way. Loved that. Cartoon Network classic. Right, I'm done with this. I can't be doing with this. Genuinely can't be doing with this. We'll just buy the damn things. What do I need? Dirty darters, was it? And I need 4 or 5. Jesus, 1,300 gold for roots. 1,300 gold. Only 13,000 of them currently listed. Big chunk at 15. Probably gets there occasionally. Probably once a day they get reset to 15k. It's just, you know, right time. Need to be right time, right place. Oh, hello. Gold. What did we sell yesterday then? Odds and ends. Odds and ends. Nothing particularly fancy. Buy them all out. Nah, I'm not doing any outrageous speculations. Whoa, no, hang on, it's going to sell my fish if I do that. Please turn those in first. I don't have the patience and staying power for like... because if I go buy out a bunch of stuff now, all that causes me to do is spend the rest of the day and the rest of tomorrow trying to sell it at a profit. And whilst it probably will be profitable, I don't want to spend all today and all tomorrow micromanaging the auction house. I just don't want to. I'll take an investment opportunity if it's literally buy a shitload, post it and forget it. But let's see if we can sell some more of these. Big chunks of these on the auction house. And then they're out. Maybe we'll let somebody try and do a reset on those. Let's make a slightly bigger wall at the bottom for somebody to work through. What I've been struggling with since the Great Shadowlands auction house camp, sitting by the auction house to sell the stuff I invested in. Yeah, genuinely, it's like during Shadowlands, you were there anyway. Like you were hustling and bustling. It's what you were doing anyway. It wasn't so much of a problem. These days though, it's more of a frustration because I'm doing everything in my power to not naturally camp the auction house these days. So yeah, it's oh, rat don't like the poison. Don't know why I was so hell-bent on getting that. Oh shit, where'd all my health go? Leave the little rat alone! Yeah, I am tempted to do another quick look at the Druid. Just to see where herbs and ore are sitting right now. Already had the 13 dirty darters in the bags. Well, that's a bonus. I mean, they're like 3 gold apiece. Like, it's actually ridiculous for me to spend half an hour trying to farm them, but it was mostly in the name of doing some, hopefully getting some of the fishing quests, but never lucky. Oh, we did get some fishing recipe at least, I suppose.
I have great grandchildren older than you.
But nearly halfway through. The annoying thing is if I just did a bunch of fishing, now I should get the quests, but, and I could probably, this is within grind of just winning. I could get to 5 out of 5 by just grinding now. But it's an undisclosed quantity of time I would need to spend fishing in order to get it done. Whereas I could just still turn up every couple of days and just bang out every day and bang out a couple of quests. I've fished for hours since getting 4 out of 5 and can't fish up the summoning salt for anything. Somebody was mentioning the other day, and I do genuinely believe this might be the case, that the fishing, I don't even know what the achievement's called. I do feel that the treasures are linked to your renown. Summoning salt, for example, might not be possible to fish up until you are 5 out of 5. I mean, they'll be at the bottom, won't they? Earn trophy rank with everything. I've got 4 of them, trophy rank. Catch every fish. I've not caught a coiled star gorger, apparently. So the fat summoning salt's right at the very bottom. Makes me feel that, like, you might actually have to be 5 out of 5 before you can get it. By fishing in the venom waters, things dropped faster for me there. I mean, I could go down into the vault and fish down there. Did you do the Taka World quest? Yes, I did, yeah. Wowhead comments are saying that they started fishing them up at 4 out of 5 and managed to get them all. Okay. Have a quick read. Yeah, my ults are like reasonably geared now. Like half my ults are 290 plus, which by my standards is reasonably geared. Where's Wowhead? What was it called? Treasures of the Damned? The achievements, these items appear to be strongly associated with the fishing unlock progression quests that are tied to Tokka's reputation. The listing and locations/regions are confirmed high potential sources, aren't guaranteed or exclusive. Further progression and unlocks may increase the likelihood of a successful catch and or make additional location available sources. Doomed Sailor. Venom Fishing, my second best for the Bone Mail Gauntlet and Ritual Dagger from open waters around the isle. Cursed Angler. Shell of Yourself unlocks Cursed Fishing. Spirit Surge, Incense, Forgotten Armani, Fishing Rod, Cursed and or Open Water, recommended 300 skill. Venom Fishing unlocked at 3 of 5 as well. Shrieking Tattlebox, Sealed Vial of Mysterious Green Liquids, outside the temple. This is giving strong indication that there's like areas you have to be to do them, isn't it? Unlocks Temple Fishing, Lump of Crystalline Malachite, the Willow Sea Pools in the Cursed Waters, also confirmed within the vaults. Ghost Caller's Bell, and the Bubbling Bell Pools in Cursed Waters. And Summoning Salt. As strategies of communing with the beyond have changed over time, one thing remains the same, the need for salt. Cursed and or Open Waters, recommended skill of 300. And then eventually, Malevolent Fishing Codex, fished from an abyssal swirl pool using the Eerie Bauble. You must complete the Three-Eyed Fish quest first. Open refers to not fishing from a pool. Cursed Waters refers to fishing in waters whilst you have the Cursed Land and Waters buff, which is an aura that applies to a region on the map after a successful Cursed Surge event and seems to improve the likelihood of success. The fact that there's no way to like figure this shit out other than just to look at your bars and hope you have it or not is ludicrous. It may not be an absolute requirement, but if you are having trouble fishing up an item, try with the buff. You do not have to have participated in the event. Just got the Lump of Crystalline Malachite from a pool at rank 4 of 5. I keep getting fizzled success casts in my torrential Gorg Swarmers where nothing is caught. And considering the Lump of Crystalline Malachite is caught on its own instead of a bonus loot with another fish, it's completely possible I quote-unquote caught the Codex on its own multiple times, not yet eligible to see it even at rank 4. Just fished up the Summoning Salt in Open Waters and the Ghost Caller's Bell from a Bubbling Bell Pool 3 days ago. Without the buff. I don't know. There's definitely some science to it though, isn't there? There's definitely some science to it. So, in theory, standing here and just fishing is unlikely to get the job done. Why don't I go just down into the chaos and try fishing down there? Do I have any need to do this anymore?
Is Echosan's favored. Greetings. Loa bless you like you blessed us.
I think I got the achievement for this.
Be on you always.
Quite sure I got the achievement for this already. Ah, there's a pet though, isn't there? I haven't done the pet. Are those components still worth like money? Oh, I probably don't have any. I've probably just sold them. Nether Swept Drake. Where did you come from? Oh, you hatched out my egg eventually. Yoink. Nod to the old school. Nod to the old school Drake mounts. For years, by the way, one of my favourite mounts was the Albino Drake. I used the Albino Drake way into like Shadowlands, I think. And it's the 50 account mount award. I think the Albino Drake, still one of my favourite mounts in the game. Drake mounts are cool. Oh, cool though. Chased the Curse Waters for hours and fished in the Open Waters. Also still no Summoning Salt. Interesting. I'm just going to head downstairs and do 20 minutes down there, see if I can grab anything. 150 rep away from 505, so I maxed it after reset today anyway. Yeah, this is the thing, like, there's there isn't really too much rush on this. How many mounts is that now? Not that I'm the biggest of mount collectors, but having played the game for a while, 736. I got the other 8 items for the achievement right away after reaching the rep levels without any trouble. Well, I'm 4 of 5 and I've still only got 1 of the treasures. Now, to be fair, I've not done hours and hours of fishing, but I've done enough to do the daily quests every day. And not every day have I bought the fish. Because I know that there's rep attached to those quests. So that's my... either I've been very, very unlucky, or, I don't know, I've fished in the wrong places or something. Either or. Bathazu, welcome in. Good mornings. Or we're in afternoons now? Well, I'm in afternoon at least. Welcome in though. Where's the other daily? You up here?
My magic is potent. Do not test me.
Not that I really have any intention of doing these, but I just want to go find some fish. Go down here or something. Go. Find something chilling around here. Is there actually fishing pool? There is fishing pools down here, isn't there? Maybe we should hunt down the pools. Is that a fishing pool there? Cursed Odyssey. Let's fish in the pools and see how we do. Followed the Wowhead instructions and they just worked except for that one. See how we do. Gonna worry about fishing for them once I get the rod. Still got to do 4,500 casts for the vendor items. 4,500 casts for the vendor items? Oh, I do so little fishing. I don't even know what you're talking about at this point. You're way ahead. There is one that you fish from the pools down there. That's probably how I'll do it. You know, I'll just fish in different zones until I get something and then... see, I've only got 1 of the treasures, right? So my theory with this is that I should, in theory, be able to get something from somewhere. You know, without any issues. Go anywhere. Grab a few easy ones, in theory. Then pinpoint the last ones we need. Maybe do a cheeky incursion. Keep an eye on this. Run up there and get the kill in a minute when everybody else has done the hard work. Oh, snakeheads without the lure. That's a win. What are the snakeheads worth? Oh, less than 100 gold apiece still, though. Nobody's getting rich off those. Once you get the rod, you get corrosion stacks every time you fish something. You convert those to currency for the vendor. Yeah, I'm aware how that works. I just never got the rod on the PTR because I was never willing to do the grind on the PTR. I mean, I can't imagine there's really much of a market, particularly for those glimmer lines, but, you know, over a period of time, if you're already doing some fishing, you know, it's probably an extra 1,000 gold or 2 an hour, isn't it? When you scale them up. Oh, does fishing raft work? Does a fishing raft work on the venom to prevent you from taking damage? Where's my toy box? Hang on, both saying. No idea. Oh shit, snake. Apparently I can't use the raft. Okay, the raft doesn't work. The raft doesn't work. Okay. Sure. My graphic settings, I can hardly see the pools down here. Aetherloom field lamp, 24,000 gold. Decor doesn't sell. Decor doesn't sell. Decor doesn't sell. Regional sale average of 4,500 gold. Sold it for 24. Decor doesn't sell. And 2 recipes in a bottle. GG. Oh, I didn't go kill the flip. Oh well. You win some, you lose some. I'm just gonna kill the big boss in a second anyway. Suggested players 5 to 100. Had to increase my view distance a few days ago because the Dun prop was not visible till I was close enough. It's just random. I mean, it's already hidden in the first place, right? Apparently you can... Apparently you can macro those that Dun to put a target marker on him, which kind of defeats the point of him being kind of stealthy hidden. Apparently. Not confirmed. Now we get dirty darters. Stupid game. Boss is up this way, isn't he? Fight our way there quickly. Okay, I seem to have been accidentally pulling everything. Oh my god, you one-shot me. Asshole. I mean, to be fair, I was running around with 15% health. It was kind of my own fault, but... Whoops. Turn Growl back on? I did, yeah. Dun-Dun's not worth finding anymore after you max Valera. Yeah, the Undercoin and the Void Light Marl are not juicy enough for me to worry about, really. It was pretty helpful. Like, the once per week doubling your Bountiful Vaults, you know, it's worth finding him once a week for that. But after that, yeah, it's a nothing burger. What is it, like 120 undercoin? Nah, no, it was like 66 undercoins or something I got. Or 120 Void Light Marl. I can't remember. The rewards weren't particularly fantastic from him after the first one. $60 undercoins, 120 mark. Yeah, yeah, they're kind of underwhelming. There you go, schematic, nice one. I've sold a few of those toys, you know, actually. Sold a few of those. There's a fish up here somewhere. There's a fish. Should we open these recipes? Ominous octopus lure. Rip. Lucky lower lure. Rip. Well, you win some, you lose most. I was really tempted today to just load up Palworld and play that all day. But instead, I've decided fishing is the play. I'm still really enjoying Palworld. I'm only like jumping on there occasionally. I've really not obtained or really progressed much in Palworld at all over the last couple of weeks since 12.1's launched, but still having a lot of fun with it. It's definitely something I'm checking in on frequently enough for me to still have the itch to go and play it. Because I have that kind of semi-addictive personality when it comes to games, that when I play a game, I just get absolutely hooked on it. But then if I just don't play the game for 2 or 3 days, then that, then that what is clearly an addiction goes away, and I'm fine. That isn't a pull I really wanted to do, but sure. I think I will probably, quote-unquote, finish Pal. I've just unlocked my 4th base in Palworld. And so the thing I want/need to do more than anything else is set that up properly. Now, I know this is going to mean absolutely nothing to any of you that have not played Palworld, but I'm at the point now where I've technically got up to 60 pals that can work in my bases, meaning I can fully afford to have somebody designated to do one job and one job only, which actually, since I've started to say, right, you do this and don't do anything else, my base has been running a lot more smoothly. Letting the pals figure shit out generally ends up with you having 50,000 stone and no coal, which only becomes a problem. No, flipping misdirected towards the pool, not towards the land, and then managed to get in combat with something yet again. Pigeons! Fucking hell! Get me into trouble, pigeons. I don't have a real problem on my hands until I delete these guys. The next problem on my hands is I've got no health and I'm dying! And I've got no abilities to not die. My flipping... These dudes, right? These flipping idiots that spawn end up fucking aggroing everything. These spirits that turn up and are meant to help you. You flipping aggro more stuff. Fucking donut. Sorry, I'm getting stressed. Clearly. Where are we? Decorative value of the feigned death button has to be studied for housing. Maybe it qualifies as decor. Shush. Right. Back to fishing. Safer. Much safer. Having fun in a game? Surely not. Surely not. No, but my player character is about level 72, I think, in Pal World. I have an entire new island to explore. But weirdly, I need to figure out how the hell to get there. Since my flying pals do not have the speed nor stamina to get to this big island in the sky. So I don't know how that works. What was going on there? What spawned here? Or was that a corpse? We're not having any luck with these treasures at all, are we? Congrats on the Delve Journey completion. Roughly how many did you have to clear before it was complete? Well, I fully utilised 6 alts. Or 6 characters, I should say. Ran out of keys on all 6 of those characters. Then also had to buy a few keys on a few characters with undercoins to finish the job. So yeah, a few. Was it 6 characters? 7 characters? I don't know. It was between 50 and 100 delves in total. I was doing flipping bountiful delves on some of those alts without opening the chest at the end as well, because I just ran out of resources, so I can't really remember. That was like inefficient. That then meant I had to complete 2 delves to get the same rep as a bountiful delve, because I was missing half the rep by not opening the box at the end. But when you were like, we're now 9 and you can see the finish line, you just, you do what you need to do. Closer to 100 delves, I think. Yeah, I mean, in total, probably somewhere near 3 figures. Conservatively 75, I would say. Still quite a lot. Still quite a lot for 3 days of play. Right, I think we're my desire to stand here continuously pressing the fishing button to not get these quests when in just a few days of fishing dailies I'll get the rep anyway I'm a few days late to the party. I don't think I care. These treasures are proving to be a pain in the ass. Yeah, he still casts. Oh shit. Was not paying attention then. Did I actually complete any of the quests down here? I've still got these dark charms to get, actually. These are for eventually a daily quest for a mount, isn't it? I'm only a few quests through this, I think. Maybe we should maybe I should hunt down some more of these. Get that finished. There's a plan. RNG being RNG, yeah. And I'm on the wrong side of RNG today. My streamer luck hasn't kicked in. Want some more of these dark charms. That one? No. What the hell are you? Calm guidance hastens your actions. Blah blah blah. Okay. At least I feel now that we've crossed that 300 item level barrier, I feel more confident just being down here by myself. Whilst I still have to avoid mobs, otherwise it's 20 seconds of combat every time. Like, I still feel as if it's almost soloable without much stress at item level 300. But I don't think this is going to be a comfortable farming zone for most people. Outside of a group ever, really. There's an event here, but I need to get over there. Why does my pet keep disappearing? Yeah, only really reiterating to me why blasting this zone in the first week was the right move. Because every single day there seems to be, you know, half the people there was the day before down there. And it's, you know, that pattern can't go on for too long before the zone is just empty. There's one, cheeky, hiding from me. How many of these do we still need? 8 more. Yeah, it's going to be back to the Delves tomorrow. And to be fair, like, getting the Delver's journey done over the weekend has now kind of given me Monday and Tuesday as a bit of a break from doing delves, because it's going to pop off again tomorrow. We're going to have to do a lot of delves. It's going to be fun to see just how many pieces of hero gear we can stack on top of what we've already got. Delves now. There's another patrol done. Looking forward to the hero vendor. Yeah, that turns up in a couple of weeks though, doesn't it? That is actually time gated. The vendor doesn't even turn up. I wonder if you don't get this. Yeah, if you don't, I wonder if you can even get the coins yet. Can you even get the coins before the vendor even turns up? Because there was a weekly cap on those coins, wasn't there, last season? Like 100 coins or something you could get. Not a single mana crystal gotten. Okay, so it's probably that you can't get the coins until the vendor at least exists. Should be reset today. Yeah, it depends when they... I mean, they say week 3, but is it week 3 of the season or week 3 of the patch? They're two different things. It's a little bit ambiguous. Week 3 of the season, stated in the tooltip. So it'll be, yeah, it'll be the week after. We still got a week to wait on that then. The next week there'll be the chance to get hero gear, albeit not much, you know, not much. And then it'll be the week after you'll start getting coins in the vendor. $16. Oh, there's one cheeky in there, look. Oh, I should do these dailies, actually. I've just realised they give, like, main faction rep as well, don't they? Which, if we're ever going to get to renown 14, I need to make sure I do. Just save my extra keys this week, then. Yeah. Yeah, if you're not into... Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I think I'll probably just send it all the same. At least on my main. Farm bonus keys on the alts, maybe? I don't know. Whatever. See, we'll just play. Getting the journey done in the first week was like, you know, front load the effort. Once the effort has been front loaded, you can chill for the rest. That was kind of the whole point of it for me. I didn't want season 2, I didn't want there to be really much of any stress in season 2. There's not like a big grind for me to focus on. So at the same time, kind of wanted to put as much time and effort into it in this first week or two, so then I don't feel as if there's anything I need to grind for. I'm probably not going to optimize shit all that aggressively from here on out. It'll just be a case of, like, log in, do the fun stuff, log out. Right, that's 20 of those. Let's go hand that in then. Slowly work towards this mount. Might touch grass sometime this coming week. I touched plenty of grass yesterday. I had to pick another 40 kilos of apples out of my apple tree, which needs to be taken to the crushers later today. That'll be another 25 litres of apple juice. I'm going to turn into an apple at this rate. It's frustrating though, we've picked all of the easy to pick apples out of the tree. Now it's that kind of like, you got to get ladders out and flip in long sticks with bags on it. You know, there's probably a name for the tool, but like, it's the slow and laborious part now, because they're all too high up in the tree. But they got to come down.
I go where Zushara leads. We fight for their money. All of them.
Pear tree didn't produce much this year. We had that problem last year. Last year our apple tree did absolutely nothing. But the year before it went flipping mental, and this year it's gone pretty crazy. So it seems like it might be a bit of a 2-year cycle. We've only lived in this house for 3 years, so we're still getting used to the cycle. Do I not? Oh, I probably don't get the next chapter of the quest until tomorrow now, do I? 2 out of 7 on here? Okay, there's quite a few daily quests. It looks like at least a week's worth of daily quests on this. Okay. I should be opening these tomorrow. I shouldn't have been opening all of this now. I should have saved it, because then the veteran, all of the crests will count. I'm being a bit dumb here. I don't need the gear out of it. It's the crests and everything that I wanted out of it anyway, which are just getting converted up all the same. Alright, I think we're done down here. I tried to get some of that fishing stuff and it just went out. No, we're not done down here, are we? Because I got to flip in, do these dailies. Otherwise, we are never going to hit Renown 14. We are never going to hit 14 unless I actually do the job properly, am I? Right, put me in a group with a bunch of people. Let's just get this banged out. Oh. It's a kill the big dude quest. I need to be doing patrols. Our apple tree is being murdered by the birds and the parakeets. The fruit is kind of ruined. Ooh, that's not good. I don't know how you prevent that from happening. We had, I don't know what birds they are, but like a huge flock of like these blackbirds in a little foresty area next to our house. But this year they don't seem to have migrated back, which is weird. They went and they didn't come back again. So they caused a little bit of havoc while they were here. But we've been quite lucky, no. I was picking apples out the tree and like probably less than 1 in 50 apples was a throwaway. It was kind of cool. Did you finish the fishing stuff? No, I'm sacking that off. I'm not going to stand here on stream doing flipping fishing. That's like... like, people don't want to do that themselves. Never mind watch somebody else do it. And it's... will only drop me to insanity. I'm a few days away in terms of rep from just, you know, getting 5 out of 5 naturally. The fishing weekly will pop up again tomorrow, actually, which is another 500 reps. So, like, you know, it'll be easy business. A couple of days. No point spending 3 hours to save like 2 days of dailies. The one thing I do need though is I need Renown 14. Renown 14 gets me my last point in the altar. 20 out of 20. Which was the reason we farmed coins pretty ridiculously last week. kill this dude, I think, for the 3rd time now. Doesn't actually benefit my my adventure in any way, shape, or form here, but more coins is more coins. And hopefully, being in this big old group, there'll be trolls easy to complete. Where we got one to the left, one to the right. Well, in that case. Where's this one? Oh, that's in the over there. Okay. The side of the map that doesn't have a flight point on. No. Yeah, there's kind of part of me that wrestled with the idea of, like, do I just blast the content in this season and then, you know, put the game down? Or do I just, like, not worry about blasting it and just slowly do it over a matter of weeks so that, you know, I actually have something to do in the game for the next few weeks? And I suddenly realized when thinking about this before the patch launched that, no, that literally feeds into, like, in my opinion, at least, that feeds entirely into the Blizzard grind mindset. They make this content and they timegate this content so frequently to force you into just chipping away at it week on week on week on week on week. Now the fact that a lot of it is grindable, I actually very much appreciate that there's the opportunity to get it all done, have fun doing it, which this last 2 weeks has been fun, but then to just put it down, just like it's actually a blessing in this game to be presented the opportunity to just finish stuff and then feel that you can put it down and come back when something new releases. And I've been preaching for ever, it feels, that I want Blizzard to do more of that. Oh, thank you for opening the gate. Love to see it. That said, I do still think there needs to be something in the patch that is a more steady, sort of a self-diagnosed reason to keep playing. I know this doesn't apply to everybody, but I think Mechanica did that quite nicely. Mechanica gave you a reason to continue going back to the Undermine Zone. You were also working on, like, your Dark Fuge rep at the same time. You were, like, you know, you were wombo comboing a few things. Even going back an expansion before that into Dragonflight, even the re-release or the redo of Nax was a similar thing. You know, all the transmog, the recipes, the Lamented Crusader farm, all of that was something that, you know, was the more long tail, something that you could grind out if you wanted, and there was reason to do it. I don't see the long tail chip away grind, really. This coin farm probably should have been it. This coin farm probably should have been the thing that is like, oh, you just chip away at this over a matter of weeks. But because it's very aggressively tied to being group content, you have to prioritize it early in the season because the groups will be less and less and less for it every week. Finding that group will be more difficult. Look at the what was his name? The Ricala. Look at that grind, right? Can you imagine possibly trying to do that in a few weeks' time without a 40-man raid? It's impossible. Those pets, those toys, those mounts, that whole system's going to be completely impossible without a 40-man raid. Nobody is going to be farming 100 relics to summon the boss once and then need to summon and kill the boss 50 times. You'd be mental. This is why you have to do it when it's like raid group. And, you know, it becomes time sensitive even if it's not time gated. How do we get down there safely? Ooh, treasure. Yoink. Get 100 skulls per day from the daily, so it's just 50 days. I mean, it's less than the 90-day grind in Najatar, but
We fight for the Amani.
I suppose that's one way. Still means you have to do the daily 50 times as well, though, let's not forget. You know, that daily isn't free. I mean, like I said, I'm a little bit biased because the things that tend to be the long-tailed grinds, or what have been the long-tailed grinds in the last couple of expansions, have been, fortunately, quite tailored towards goal making. Both Lamented Crusader pieces and Mechanica are both systems that directly can be sold. So they, you know, they had quite strong appeal. Plus, I wombo comboing the Mechanica with giving me really good reason to level up a bunch of alts. We leveled the Demon Hunter and we boosted all of those characters. We went from 6 max level characters to 106 in the 0.1 patch last expansion. I can't see me leveling 100 characters this season. I just can't see it because there isn't the carrot on the end of the stick reason for me to do it, which has been presented previously. I guess this is what Blizzard has to compete with these days. Blizzard has to compete with the fact that, yeah, there are other things out there that are likely to be more attractive. Oh, wait, that one's upstairs somewhere. Or can I just complete this one? Ooh, kill 2 more summons. 2 more snakes. Gotta be you, right, surely. Oh. What am I missing? Children of Ulatek. Yeah, it's the snake dudes we got to kill. Perp! Give me the perp! You also tend to get bored sooner if you don't interact with 70% of the game. Is that a subtle dig at the fact that because I don't do Mythic Plus or raiding, that I get bored sooner? I mean, it's true. Delete the characters, make new ones for the next remix. Unironically, the way that remix has been the last couple of times, that's not a terrible idea. Genuinely, not a terrible idea at all. Yeah. What people were getting like sub 10-minute leveling. It was kind of wild. I mean, that required a little bit of like, you know, it was basically group boosting, but it was still mental just how fast people are leveling those characters. Ranthius for main. Ranthius is still level 80. He needs leveling up. Not a dig, just an observation. You do the goal making and open world content. There's much more to the world than that. Yeah, I'm very much aware that by not doing the two major endgame modes of play, that I miss out a lot of the value proposition of the game as a whole.
My magic is potent.
But this is my thing. This is why, like, within the world content and more solo-esque playstyle, it's often nice if there's some long tail stretch goal.
I fight for the Witherbark. Do you need protection?
I mean, this season it could be the Prey Journey.
I fight for the Witherbark.
That's going to be quite a chore to get to level
It is
10.
an honor to battle beside you.
Or it will just be 10 weeks worth of weeklies. Okay. They're all good. Then we're done down here now. Mostly done down here. The fishing adventure. The fishing squirrel wasn't as successful as I'd have liked it to have been. Oh, I should go upstairs actually and do some of the do the world quests for the rep. That would really help.
Akil-san Dakaru.
Alden did the Legion remix in 1 minute and 12 seconds. Was that how much it was already? Yeah, it got kind of bananas, didn't it? Kind of a little bit wild. Just how fast those Legion remix alts were being leveled eventually. So funny, because the time it took you to level your first character in Remix was significantly longer than it took you to level a character in Retail. Which, from the perspective of testing the Remix, I remember, like, there was a real strong concern of just how slow Remix was going to feel. But of course, what was difficult to account for was just how obnoxiously ridiculous you'd be able to nuke content, like, by the time you were, like, absolutely 100% min-maxed. So, you know, certainly wasn't a problem after you'd leveled your first few. Use old buddy old pal Zygor. Not that we need it for world quests, but it does just, you know, make life a bit simpler when I'm distracted, not paying attention. this crypt?
The smiths of the old
Wait, what?
empire
Delve journey
are
done?
improved
How?
with their weapons.
A lot of delves. A lot of delves, my friend. Good morning, good morning. A lot of delves. But it does mean, as of reset, we qualify for both Warbound Champion and Hero Gear from each bountiful delve, which is nice. Now it's just grinding Mythic Plus over and over for God knows what reason. I mean, people are very aware of my take on Mythic Plus, but I try not to discredit other, if other people enjoy blasting Mythic Plus, then cool, go for it. But I really do think that Mythic Plus needs to be something that's like enjoyed with a relatively consistent, team. That your level of satisfaction pugging Mythic Plus, I can imagine, can be very, very frustrating very quickly. Unless it is, unless you're staying ahead of the curve, and unless you end up being very good. Mythic Plus is one of those things I've always, for probably the last couple of expansions now, I mean, to be fair, it's only been here since Legion, but it really feels now that if you do not start Mythic Plus literally day one of the season, it seems very obnoxiously gross to get into, even Season 2. Because it takes a matter of minutes before the toxicity kicks in, and everybody expects you to know the absolute BIS routes and exactly what mobs to pull to get 100.01% of progress, and unless you're playing the meta specs, you very quickly find it really difficult to find groups. There's lots of little aspects to it which I do think Blizzard could improve on. But if you are blasting it with a team of mates just chatting shit on Discord, I can very much see why it's very fun. Because you just start doing silly things, right? Once you know the progress of it, a bunch of mates just pissing around in Discord is always going to be fun, right? So in that regard, every season it resetting and you getting the opportunity to go through it and do it again is very Diablo-esque in terms of seasons. But as somebody that doesn't have that for other people consistently and doesn't really want those 4 other people consistently, I'm more than content with the world content. Not experienced that many toxic groups this season so far. I mean, the season's 2 minutes old, though. This is the problem. This is why I said, like, if you start, like, the very second the season starts, you are gonna stay ahead of the curve. I think. And I would imagine then, at that point, pugging it becomes more manageable, but I don't know. Some people are 2.5, even 3k score already. Meanwhile, the dirty casual over here, only 2k, having done 4 mythic 10s this week, is already getting excluded from runs. Yeah, I mean, I don't... I, for a long time, have... Oh my god. I feel like... For a long time, I've not wanted to jump into that side of the game for just that exact reason. There are avenues of the game, very many avenues of the game, where I choose not to do them because I just foresee it not being fun. I don't think that's a crazy take in a video game that's an entertainment product. If you're able to find fun in it, do it. Go for it. You know, rub your face in it. But it's just not for me.
We need to gather food. See what the Murlocs are foraging.
And I mean, one thing I also foresee about Mythic Plus more so than anything is if you think some of the open world solo play is like a time sink, you ain't seen nothing until you consider Mythic Plus. Like what? How many pieces of loot drop at the end of a Mythic Plus these days? Was it 2? 2 pieces of loot drop at the end. Well, there's 5 people in the group. So that means more people are not getting loot than are getting loot, for starters. And especially if you're pushing keys, that run could be 25 minutes. And if more people are not getting loot than are getting loot, that means you could quite often go a couple of hours and not even see a piece of loot. And then if you do get a piece of loot, it could be a side grade. Like it's very grindy. You have to be really enjoying the art of just doing the Mythic Plus in the first place. Yeah, like the chatting shit with mates in Discord has to be the reason that you're just willing to do it. The gear just becomes a bonus, you know. I think soon as you start aggressively looking at Mythic Plus as the way to get gear, you'll fall into that toxicity trap like super fast. I just basically pretend that Myth Gear doesn't exist in the game, and I play the game assuming that Myth Gear doesn't exist. Well, I'll do what I need to do to get my hero gear as effectively as I can. Enjoy the process whilst doing it. Yeah, you got to do it for the love of the game, really. The gear just has to be a bit of a bonus on the side. In our guild, we hardly pug. Almost always 5 out of 5 people. Sometimes 4 out of 5. I mean, that's entirely the way to do it. That's entirely the way to do it. Being 60 years old now, I do not enjoy the go of Mythic Plus. I can see that. I can see that for sure. It's very rapid, very zoom.
The gnarly nearby have plenty of supplies we could use at the camp. Should be easy.
Which is why I think delves have now nicely been, you know, their delves have now nicely been worked into the gameplay loop. And are far more suitable for a lot of players, I think. Because, you know, you can take them at your pace. That's always going to be the crux of the issue for group play for a lot of people. Now, I know it's an MMO, and I know there's a lot of people that, like, are very purist in that nature about it being an MMO, and that if you're not proactively playing with other people, then are you really playing the MMO? But there's probably more people than you realise that fall into that category of, like, they basically never do group content. Almost never. Talking about delves, when's the mega delve expected? Labyrinths, I think, is what they've sort of named them, isn't it? The 0.5 patch, apparently. Meaning if we get a PTR, we're likely to see something about them. And I'm pretty convinced we'll see a PTR, if not today, tomorrow. This week, absolutely. They've been pissing around with the PTR builds yesterday, so they've got some in to cook. We'll see the 12.15 PTR this week at some point, I'm sure of it.
You would not believe the rate our camp goes through supplies. Thank you.
Okay, nice. That's helped with the rep. Goody, 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 goody. I'm going to jump on the druid now, you know. Jump on the druid, restock on our lumber. I'm almost at the point where I can craft a second piece of every lumber, every decor, which I want to do because it will cut down the amount of restocks that is needed. I can then just restock the decor like once a week. It becomes a lot more casual. I'll open these bags tomorrow. No need to open them today, because I'm capped on the crests today anyway. I'd rather work on some overinflated boss in some tier 30 key for days and then finally kill it than just zug for a timer. Yeah, I've always wondered if they could construct a Mythic Plus style mode without the timer. I think Delves has proven that there's appeal for that stuff. Something that you can work on more at your... See, it's a bit of a catch-22 though. Group content, you know, group content tends to gel pretty aggressively that you're all doing something for a small period of time, and that's kind of like the goal. Outside of that, well, you've just got the raid, haven't you? You know, that's kind of what the raid is for. Raid is, in theory, something you can take your time with, and you can smash your face against the keyboard with your raid group. But smaller content without a time, yeah. I don't know. You know, maybe much like Torghast or something, in terms of the fact that they could do like an unlimited tier delve system, which is that the delves just get harder and harder and harder and harder and harder. Yet after a point, you know, the rewards are capped at a certain level, tier 11. But you know, they just make the delves progressively. That's something that I could see them doing. Group content that is challenging without a timer. Hard mode Tazavesh, for example. Yeah, there's a few splatterings of things occasionally. I just think about, you know, the seemingly global appeal for like challenge modes / mage tower kind of stuff again. I think they were getting somewhere with the rituals, you know. I don't think like they've totally nailed it with rituals, but I do think the rituals are pretty good, and I think I have a feeling that the labyrinths are more going to be like ritual-esque, but just scaled up, I think. Because a ritual is still a 10-minute blast, right? But wiping is fun with friends. Not sure wiping and being alone gives the same energy. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Right, I think this dude's done out here for now. We check patron orders for the day and then log on to the druid, maybe. I don't know. I'm just spitballing ideas now. Maybe challenge modes wasn't the you know, the main one to focus on, but the mage tower style thing, you know, something Nemesis bosses kind of, you know, are probably Blizzard's attempt at like mage tower-esque stuff as well. I wouldn't mind a sort of semi-unlimited tier system in Delves, though. I think that would be quite interesting. Is this polished ammonite being found yet? Doesn't look like it because there's no price info on it. But this clearly hasn't been found. Somebody putting in a lot of different. It's clearly all the same character. Somebody getting themselves or trying to get themselves a whole bunch of signets. Right. Let's fish for some roots. Give me some roots. Any we're not doing there? No reason to... I guess we'll do it anyway. Those are way too expensive for me to care about. Not paying for single knowledge points these days. Not out the nose, anyway. Etherloom field lamp? What's this? Oh, a bunch of scale woven hides. Oh, I should post some more of those if we've sold a bunch. Semi-AFK, but just wanted to add I play MMOs for the size and the scope of the games, not necessarily to play with other people, but I love just getting stuck into a huge game that I know won't end in 50 to 70 hours. Yeah, there's a lot of value in that. I agree. I mean, a lot of my family, for example, have no real clue what it is I do on a day-to-day basis and are mighty confused by it, and are just as confused when I tell them that I've basically played World of Warcraft for 20 years, and they're like, how can you play one game for 20 years? And I'm like, it's not one game. Like, it's ever evolving, and that's often the appeal of an MMO specifically, the fact that it's, you know, it moves on, it progresses, something new is around the corner a lot. So I haven't been playing one game for 20 years, I've been playing 50 different variations of the game over 20 years. I've not just been playing the same Call of Duty map for 20 years. Which that appeal, that notion of persistence, that is what I think holds people pretty strongly to the game, more so than the people you play with. I think a lot of people hop between different guilds, and probably over the years have hopped between different friend groups. If you've been fortunate enough to, like, vanilla find a guild and you still play with those same people today, then fair play, you've cracked the code. But I tend to think that side of an MMO is a real big appeal to lots of people. I mean, I'm playing Palworld at the moment with that same sort of mindset of that I know there is an end to this, right? I know that there'll come a point where I've played the game enough that I'll be like, right, I'm done. The game's done. Which is also fine. But the reason everybody never, you know, this is why the players often state that you never quit WoW, you just take a vacation from it, is so true. I craft these for 1,000 gold. What else am I doing my Patreon orders? What else am I doing orders for with? Leatherworking. Max, please. 1,000 gold tip. You are lucky I'm good at this game. Most of those vanilla guildies are married. Well, yeah, true. To each other, yeah. Been in one fantasy football league for 30 years. Nice. Tomorrow's going to be the Petrified Route crash day. It was a good ride, do you think? Do you think that's off the back of them making a change? Or do you just think that an influx of people doing their tier 11s tomorrow, even with low drop rate, will supply heavy number? I think the only way Petrified Routes crash tomorrow is if Blizzard come out with a blue post hotfix that says that they've put shitloads of more of them into the delves. Other than that, I can only see, even if there is a big influx of them from people doing their tier 11 delves, I will still suspect that people will just keep resetting and resetting and resetting. I think it's going to take a blue post from Blizzard that says, we have put more of them in the game. The bubble doesn't seem big enough to pop naturally yet. Right, I need 75,000 roots from these bags, please, game. Saying. They have to put them somewhere. I found only 7 looting curios. Well, they're in both Mythic Plus and Mythic Zero dungeons now. Yeah. Like I said, if there's a change, yeah, I agree. But I don't think outside of there being a change, I don't think the natural supply of them is gonna... Because big goblins will just keep resetting those and just, you know... As soon as they go down 200 gold, someone will just buy them all up and put them back at 1,500 gold again. What do we get? We got 2. 1,300 gold apiece. This is what will happen, right? People will just, you know, it'll go down to 1,000 gold, and then someone will just hoover them all up and put them at 1,500 again. Like, and people, like, there'll be goblins that will just do that all day. It'll only be if there's a blue post that says there is a shitload more of these turning up from somewhere now, that they have made a change. A change is the only thing that's going to crash this right now, in my opinion. Too few in tier 11 delves to make a difference unless they change something with the maintenance. We'll find out later today if they make change. Yeah, I'm in that same mindset. With having pretty good experience of doing delves last week at scale, I know that there is nowhere near enough via delves themselves to meet demand, which is, you know, understandable to why the price has done its thing. But it has been reported to Blizzard that the drop rate on them is absolutely tragic. But I refer back to tinderboxes. Tinderboxes had to hit like 15,000 gold before they did anything about it. Go back to the expansion before. What were the flipping there was those golden dragon orbs or something that dropped off like 3 mobs in the entire game that were used in an enchant or something. They had to boost the shit out of those because they went really expensive in Dragonflight. It often happens that they, you know, seemingly, believe it or not, once an expansion almost, that there is something that's unnecessarily rare that they have to boost the shit out of. They did a vendor for the tinderboxes. They just amped up the drop rate of the globe Dragon Ball things in Dragonflight. Like, they might just have to, like, you know, come out with a blue post saying that they've put a shitload more in somewhere. But who knows? Some goblin's going to be like, oh, I found 150k in my bank. Well, I did exactly that the other day, and I was selling them at 640 gold. They're double that price. They're double the price I sold mine for. I was like, well, 650 gold was plenty for... what is it? Yeah, 608 gold 5 days ago is where I sold my stack of them. That I was just like, oh, 300 in the... oh, 300 petrified roots lying around. Just cash that in for a quick token. Or half token or whatever. But, you know, in the last 5 days since, the price has doubled from that point. Because I was like, okay, well, they're clearly going to fix this. And then they haven't fixed it. And they haven't fixed it. We're about to go into the first reset. And they still haven't fixed it. So we'll see what happens. Who knows? Who knows?
I've seen things that would scare you shellless. Fine, leave. I was done talking to you anyway.
Just this decor nice and quick. Cancel off these undercuts.
If you find anything
Oh no, hang on. We're on the
bring
wrong.
it.
We're on the wrong dino. You're not the right one. One with a mailbox. What a way with words this guy has. Nice. Right. TSM. What would it take? I was singing along with that. Sure you were. What would it take if I was to claim that I want 2 of every decor? What would it look like if we try to craft 2 of everything? Oh, hang on. Let's let TSM load for a second. Let's not break shit. Decor. 1 of most things, 2 of everything else. 65 crafts. How much lumber is this? How much lumber is this? Why does it not put lumber on that list? Oh, have they finally learnt that it's not a farmable thing? Or does it proclaim that I actually have enough? There's no way it claims I've got enough. There's no way 331 lumber's enough. There's no way 331's enough. Oh, I can't get the full quantity because it's split across different crafters. 331 is enough for any individual crafter, but it won't be enough in total. That's an odd one. So how do I find that out? I guess that's not very easy to do in TSM then, is it? Alright, well I guess the solution is... The solution, I suppose, ends up being... Buy the mats I need, craft everything I've got lumber for, and wait until we run out of lumber, and then see how much we need. Okie dokie. We won't need a lot. We won't need a lot, because, well, we don't need a lot. The reason I want 2 of everything for decor is so that I can have 1 sell and then me not instantly need to recraft something, because I then feel as if I'm missing something on the auction house, you know? That's my theory, at least. Let me just keep an eye on making sure that TSM's not being stupid and suggesting me to buy tier 2 mats at any point. Advantage of decor is that quality doesn't matter. Majestic hides. There was a reset on these yesterday. They're up 3%. Cash money. I wonder what these will do tomorrow, you know. I wonder if the supply of these is starting to struggle at any point. Oh, wait, did I gather those materials? No, I just bought everything and then didn't take it out the mailbox. Scale woven hide? There's no way I need scale woven hide. I'll just use the high quality stuff. Oh, I guess you're going to want me to not... Okay, sure. Ah, no! That was not the button I meant to press. Why is there not a confirmation on the flipping clear all button? Oh, we haven't done anything yet. It should be fine. Oh my god, it's lagging balls after every single craft. Is that going to be task list that's causing this? Let's turn that off. The fact that I feel as if I have to wrestle with TSM to do these restocks every time is one of the major reasons why I don't particularly want to be doing a restock all too often. Because why is it lagging balls? I'm genuinely going to just use a completely different add-on to do this if it keeps doing it. It's just, for the most part, when it works, it's beautiful. But it's when it doesn't work, I want to kill somebody. Much like Rose and her enemies. Okay, now it's claiming I'm out of venom clots and scale woven hides. Why didn't it tell me to buy more venom clots? It probably believes there's some in the guild bank. There's also another problem. TSM... Well, it's not TSM's fault. It is if you... It's not totally hallucinating materials. It's just until you go to the bank, it can't rescan and update what it knows you have. Now I've opened the bank, it'll probably go, oh shit, you don't have half of these mats. You did last time, but you've clearly used them. Yeah, see, now it's asking me to buy more. Oh, no, 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 no. We're not switching to another character to pick stuff up. No, 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 no. We don't do none of that silliness, TSM. What have I got? Gather from alts as part of my... No, go away. Remove. I'm not logging through characters to get 3 materials when they're on the auction house for free. Buy shit from vendors. I don't even buy shit from vendors. Remove. take stuff out of the guild bank if necessary, because you can't craft from the guild bank. That makes sense, but there shouldn't be any materials in the guild bank anyway. Craft shit when it's profitable to do so, or buy shit from the auction house. Yeah, that's all I want. And the sake of decor, I don't even want this. Genuinely don't even want this. Thought they made it so you could drag these. Apparently not. If in doubt, buy everything off the auction house. GG. Why you would ever not buy all your mats off the auction house is mental. Especially on something like decor that's high margin. Slow sell, high margin. No reason to like save 4 gold by crafting it yourself. Total waste of time. Equally the vendor mats. I don't even bother finding the right vendors. The auction house is my bank, to be honest. Yeah, it's literally the way I've done crafting for years. Like the time it takes to log in and log out on different characters and all of this sort of stuff these days. Like, I don't care if I've got 12 of those material on an alt. They're also on the auction house. I'll just buy them off the auction house. It's genuinely fine. Right, when's it going to tell us that we run out of... Is it going to tell us we run out of stuff? I think we still had a couple of leatherworking crafts to make. At least this should give me an estimation pretty soon to how much lumber we still need to go out and get. It's probably not much more than an hour's worth of lumber farming, to be honest. Probably going to be pretty easy. Okay. TSM, you're impossible. Just work, goddamn you. What are you doing? Okay, we've got all the mats for inscription and tailoring. Do we have enough lumber? Okay, now you can see we're already starting to show short on the lumber requirements, which is fine. It claims we have 141, but we need 29 more. So we can do the crafting on one character, but then we're very quickly going to run out and won't be able. Have 141, need 109. Oh, we're not that far off, you know. We're actually not that far off. Now I also need to consider changing my posting operation to actually post to decor. What's my operation on decor? Oh, I've got a custom one. Good, that makes it easy. Post cap 2. Take the larger of the number. It defaults to 1 for the vast majority. Yeah, 2. Maximum 2. Right, this should just throw all of this on the auction house, matching my current prices or throwing it up the top of the tree for when resets happen, which is perfect. And it's gone. Beautiful. Hang on. Cheeky cancel scan while we're here. Why not? Right. Let's use all of the lumber we got. Get as far as we can get. Then we'll have a bit of lumber still to farm. It'll be worth probably... We'll probably be able to stock up on Thalassian lumber a little bit now, because if the suspicion that standard herbs and ore will start to run a bit dry and their price will start to creep, it's already starting to happen. It means now's an opportune time to spend a few hours on the Druid, do a few laps, pick up some herbs and ore, sell them at a nice premium right now, but also use it as a nice way to stock up the lumber store. That is, if we can step foot outside of Delves tomorrow. Method are now 5 out of 8. Go on, boys. It'd be good to see Method get a result. Does that mean they've now had world first 4 out of 8 and 5 out of 8? I'm assuming there's nobody else that's done it. That nobody else is there yet, right? Not following, but have they done more pulls than Liquid or Echo? Because Liquid and Echo just farming gear. From what I heard, Method had even done their mythic splits. So I wonder if they're just playing really efficiently. I don't know. I hate the fact that they've now... I mean, splits is bad enough in the first place. The fact that they're now doing mythic splits makes me feel ill. I can't even imagine what it's like to be playing that right now. Those guys must be, like, pulling their hair out. But, you know, when you're so close to reset, you're not going to progress on Mythic, so you might as well use your lockouts and farm it for as much gear as you can get, really. Kind of the downside of the heroic mode being more difficult, surely. If it's real odd. Ooh. Bit of a reset starting to appear, or that, I mean, that's an interesting interesting way to go. Somebody's maybe not tried to reset Sterling alloys, but that's one hell of a wall. These are quality 1 alloys though, these aren't the high quality ones. But across the board, the price of the alloys is starting to creep. That's got to have something to do with the fact the price of the ore is creeping as well, right? Surely. Hardest part with the splits is that nobody following actually knows where the 3 guilds stand in terms of gear until after the reset and subsequent splits in week 2. Yeah, the what am I looking what the words I'm looking for here? Like the viewership appeal of it. I think the more time they spend doing splits and the less time they like the point where the race is fun for me is the last 2 days when they're actually progging the final bosses. And you get to see the methodology and how they break them down and how they like overcome the like seemingly impossible barriers to squeeze out that that tiny extra little bit of healing and the epic plays and stuff. That's where it's fun to watch. This first week of splits, I couldn't care less. Genuinely couldn't care less. It's not a race at this point, and this is why it's a little bit. I mean, Method obviously are blasting right now, and they're the third. They've been the third best guild in the world for a long time. It's it's not Method's fault. It's been a 2-horse race for a while. They've been the third best guild, so it's not surprising that occasionally they push their nose ahead. And of course, I wish them the best this time round. A 2-horse race is not as enjoyable as a 3-horse race. That would be really kind of interesting. But that's the kind of thing, like, because they end up with different strategies going forward. We're 4 out of 8, 5 out of 8 mythic bosses down, and it still doesn't really feel as if the race has started, which is weird. It feels like the whole race is going to be like the final 2 bosses. From a viewership perspective, I almost wish they did a heroic week. From a viewer perspective. Now, I know Raiders are probably going to have a different opinion on that, but from the viewer perspective, if they have a heroic week, I know that I just don't watch the first week. I want there to be a heroic week, so then I don't have any desire to watch it, and I know when the race begins. That's purely selfish from the perspective of just watching the race happen from afar kind of thing. Okay, we need 141 and we've only got 109 left, TSM believes at least. So we're not going to be able to craft through all of this. That is absolutely fine. That's the position I want to be in. I want to get to a point where I have a napkin math idea of how much lumber I need. Right, we're out of lumber. We're officially out of lumber. Cool. That's good. That means we now have an outstanding list of 41 pieces of decor. 109 plus 169, 280. 280, about 500 lumber. I need about 500 lumber to finish off the rest of those crafts. Okay. A couple of hours of farming lumber. That's pretty much what I expected. Now we've got a goal for the... hang on. Why am I doing this way? Why don't I just do a... ailing operation. Do it properly. There we go. Means we don't accidentally learn any of it as well. Beautiful. Right, let's quickly get that listed, and then we can jump on the Druid. Oh, Jesus, we 3 hours deep already. Lord have mercy, no wonder I'm hungry. She sleeps in some of the funniest positions. And try and not wake her by doing this. How is that comfortable? It's just flat. Looks like the looks like the sort of murder outline. She's happy though. Keep that tummy cool, yeah, clearly. But look at her back legs. Back legs aren't flat in any way, shape, or form. Tail tucked, back legs folded, front end splat. Hey, she's flexible. Oh, chiseled Amani tablet, cursed gaze of Olatek mural. I'm literally selling this shit faster than we can craft it. Cash money. Hence the reason I want to craft 2 of everything. And I don't want to be put in a position where I end up being without something on the auction house. Not judging, but sometimes I sleep with my hands high in the air, apparently. Then you do the sleepwalking and you're actually the like standard mummy pose. Hollywood mummy pose. My niece sleepwalks. And it's fucking weird. Because it's funny. You know, she's all there and then not there at all. It's so weird. Flipping, talking, slithering, and trying to get, you know, it's just odd. The need to gather lumber's starting to irritate me. Really? Wait till you start trying to do it for all the expansions. And it'll really kick in. Right, before I go do an hour lumber gathering, I've got to take a pee. Back in 2. The green guy in Delves just one-shot me with a crit melee hit of 507k. Oh, Lord. Oh, I've just said hi to the dog and now I'm all fluffy. How did she get fluff under my glasses? She moved. She decided her spot on the floor was not comfy. Sleepwalk, go to the fridge, make yourself a meal, then don't remember it when you wake up. I mean, what's worse is if you, like, binge eat whilst you're sleepwalking. That's got to be really bad for your waistline, if nothing else. Right, let's, I don't know, what is the situation regarding herbalism and mining points on this character? Am I... You may discover 4 more samples this week. Where's it gone here? That one? You may discover 4 more samples this week. Alright, so I'm probably not even going to get the weekly knowledge points. There's no point spending materials to unlock the bonuses, is there?
Glory to the Sindora.
I suppose we do get a fused vitality out of it.
Sunwell's glory
Cost of 3
shall
Alzaroots. It's probably not a
Anu
terrible
Eloi
idea.
Delana.
With perseverance, strength, Shorel-Aran.
Where does
Anu
the law
Eloi
stand on you, like,
Delana.
committing a
What
crime while
needs bring you
sleepwalking?
here?
I didn't murder my wife, I was sleepwalking. I mean, I guess it becomes, this is not asking for a friend, by the way. Out of curiosity. But, like, if you can make a meal and eat food and do all that sort of stuff when you're sleepwalking, then oddly specific. Same as, okay. Not by sound mind. A lawyer's dream. Yeah, somebody getting paid. Somebody getting paid. Right, to the new zone. An infinite amount of billable hours, probably. It's got to be a life hack, innit? If you sleepwalk, teach yourself to, like, do your job while you're asleep. And then you wake up and your day job's done. GG. I mean, that's got to be a life hack, surely. Figure that one out. Let's just... Wait, hang on. Where's my... I think I've been doing this in Guardian before, haven't I? I'm balanced because I was doing some delves, but for the purpose of this, all my UI and everything's set up on Guardian. Okay. Why was I unlocking 20 for the finesse perk? That's why we were doing that. Wasn't pushing to find more dazzling thorium until necessary because, well, dazzling thorium is worth nothing. I mean, I'm genuinely so miles and miles and miles and miles behind with knowledge points on both of these professions. It's barely worth looking at it, but what are we doing in here? Just slamming points in anything that's remotely valuable. That's convenient, I suppose. That 40 points in Tranquility Bloom isn't going to be worth much these days. But most people who sleepwalk still report being tired when they wake since they didn't actually sleep. Oh, probably. Although I tend to... I am always tired when I wake up. I'm pretty convinced these days sleep is an illusion. I wish it wasn't this way, but I'm good if I get 6 hours sleep. And I'm good if I get 8 hours sleep. But if I get 7 hours sleep, my day's ruined. And I don't know how to fix this problem. The solution is sleep either 6 or 8 hours. But if I get 7 hours, and this so often happens because mine and my wife's sleep schedule is not exactly perfectly synchronized. But she would because she's happy to go to bed at like 10 o'clock in the evening, and if I even think about going to bed at 10 o'clock in the evening, it's not happening. So I'll often go to bed at like midnight, but then we both get up at the same time, so we inevitably never have the same amount of sleep. But it throws my whole day out of whack if I get an odd number of sleep hours. Actually blows my brain out completely. Because you're waking up in a REM cycle. I'm sure it's got something to do with that, yeah. But it's, yeah, it's wild just how different it makes. And it's not like I haven't had enough sleep, because over the years I've figured out that 6 hours is also cool. I'm chilling with 6 hours. No biggie. Chilling with 6 hours. I'm chilling with 8. Either or. I'll take either. But 7 ruins me.
The Murlocs have been harassing our troops. Put them in their place.
7 absolutely ruins me. Oh no, stupid Dun-Dun shards. I don't want too many of those. Even my druid's like 293 geared now. Farming druid with nearly 300 item level gear. What's going on? Kind of probably means, actually thinking about it, that doing a Zulaman lap, we would nuke the absolute shit out of the mobs now. Now, I'm not blasting consumables and stuff. I couldn't care. I genuinely couldn't care that much about the gold per hour from it. But I'm more here for lumber than I am anything else. Basically, your brain's on a 1.5 hour sleep cycle. Is that how it works? That sort of makes sense. You're waking in the middle of it, your day's ruined. Yeah, if I get 7 hours, I'm just absolutely blasted for the day. Like, and there's not seemingly anything I can do about it either, which is the frustrating thing. You know, it's not like I can take a walk or do some exercise or take a shower or something. My brain is just like fuzzy. That's genuinely how I describe it. Like, my brain just feels fuzzy if I get 7 hours sleep. Horrible. Wow, how did I manage to get that lumber? Whilst avoiding all of the mobs. Rares still need to be killed on site. There's mounts that come from these. Well, it's not going to do my gold per hour any good if we get the mount it's worth. Need one of those smartwatches that reports when you're in a deep sleep state. Yeah, I've thought about getting one of those Whoop bands or something just to track my sleep cycle. Might incentivize me to do a little bit more regular exercise and stuff. Or it'll just be like $30 a month in the bin. One of the two. Yeah, I think Whoop's subscription, you don't pay anything up front. They send you the watch, but you're like locked in for a year or something. I don't know. Probably not that much different from a Google Watch or something, but I don't have an iPhone, so seems like a relatively smart alternative. Damn. Curiosity. I wonder if Zygor's added a new route for this zone. Not that I need one, I could be making a route myself, but like, just out of curiosity. That doesn't look like it. Yeah, they haven't added routes for the new zone. Check if you can get one from your life insurance. That would be clever. I have life insurance, but only because I'm financially obligated to have life insurance. I hate all forms of insurance. No, when you have a mortgage, it becomes somewhat sensible to have life insurance that at least pays out your half of the mortgage in a tragic accident. That's real boring adult talk that we won't go into. Some life insurances have used them to adjust your policy? Jesus. Yeah, imagine that. Your life insurance policy. You buy a fitness watch and then your life insurance policy goes up by like doubles because, oh, your watch said you're fat and unhealthy. You're gonna die soon. You're gonna die young, therefore we're gonna charge you more for this insurance. Thank you very much. See you later. You're welcome. Welcome in, Crazy Bear. How you doing? That's that was a time and a half to join the stream. Got real dark, real quick. Sounds like a very American thing. Yeah, I can't imagine that would fly in Finland, to be honest. But you never know.
The children of Ulate cannot be allowed to
Where
skulk
is
around.
the...
Slay
Okay.
them.
Oop. Let's fly around the edge of the map. This flipping... Genuinely doing laps around here feels like the absolute best way. This right-hand side of the map is grim. There's far too many mobs that aggro you. is my limited experience of farming out here. They'll start going up because of your DNA results soon. Can you imagine? Oh, sorry. You're genetically at high risk. See you later. I mean, I've always felt relatively blessed by the fact that I'm just not like you know, there's some people who are like always at the doctors. They've always got a thing. Like they're always recovering from something, or they're on some medication or something. And I know that's, you know, more of a thing of when you get old in general, but like I've always felt very thankful that I'm just generally not an ill person. I do not have a single medication I have to take at any point. Like, I genuinely cannot remember the last time I went to the doctors and was, like, seriously ill. I get a man flu, that's about it, you know, but who doesn't? I've always been kind of lucky that I don't really get issues in that regard. I mean, kiss of death, quite literally, but... Jinxed it now. Sure, yeah. Go outside, break an ankle. Well, I was balancing at the top of a ladder picking apples out of a tree yesterday and I was fine. Although I did have to tell the wife to get the fuck down off that ladder. She doesn't look... My Mrs. Manthias, bless her. Love her to bits, but she's barely stable on 2 feet on the ground. Never mind halfway up a ladder. Oh my god. Nor can I watch that woman use a knife. In the kitchen, I have to leave. I just have to leave. Right, I'm getting the bandages ready. Getting A&E on speed dial. Can't be watching that happen. Don't attack me, piggy. Stupid piggy. Then again, I suppose, when I work from home, live in the country, who, excluding like the occasional trip to the food store, who am I ever going to catch the ick from? Nobody. An element of seclusion clearly has its advantages. My grandfather could run circles around me in his 80s when I was in my 20s. Yeah, some people have just got the gene, haven't they? I also have always kind of wondered if it is genetic or whether there is sort of predisposition. Like, females obviously spend a lot more time at the doctors and stuff. Their bodies are just way more complicated than ours. Most blokes are just a, no, sack of dum-dum meat. Designed to lift heavy thing. Lift heavy thing, hunt animal, job done. What reason have we ever got to be ill or need a doctor? Ladies, on the other hand, you are complicated creatures. Not in a negative way. You've just got way more going on than we do. some reason I never got COVID. I don't think I ever got COVID. Although, that said, I have a suspicion I either never got COVID or I was one of the very, very first people to get COVID because, yeah, so it was my fault. I ate the bat. Yeah, that bat soup. Shouldn't have eaten that bat soup. But no, before COVID was a thing, I had probably the worst flu of my life about a month before COVID went boom and everybody was, you know, it was the thing, right? Before it all popped off, about a month before that, I had the worst flu of my life. But then throughout COVID, post-COVID, nothing that even remotely felt COVID-esque. So I don't know if I was one of the very first people or whether I, from having that really bad flu in the first place, my body kind of like, you know, had already recovered from something and so was sort of less susceptible. I don't know. I mean, plus I sit indoors and play video games for a living, so there was very little chance of me catching it off somebody anyway. But lost taste for a week, but nothing else. Yeah, see, that's odd. People definitely experience that very differently. My brother-in-law lost his taste for a while due to COVID, and then, weirdly, after that, he now can't eat boiled eggs. To this day, he says boiled eggs just no longer taste the same. It, like, permanently changed some of his taste buds. Which is weird. My friend got sick before it was supposed to be around just like that. Always thought he had it. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I at that point, you know, this was before it was a thing. I was like, oh, I've just had a flu. But, you know, with hindsight, I could have had a very, very early case of it and just not known. I don't know where I'd have got it from, though, mind, but... Sat with my mum in a nursing home every day, and she and her roommate came down with it, but I never got it. Well, that, you might have been one of the examples of, like, healthy by exposure. You know, microdosing COVID. Because, I mean, that is how your immune system works. But yeah, who knows? I don't know how we got on this conversation. How the flipping hell did we get on COVID in 2026? No, aggroed a pigeon. Got it anyway. Druid privilege. Let's talk about mad cow disease. Let's keep your mum out of it, Jack, shall we? Mrs. Dipper. Why have I got a bonus pigeon? And where did that... Oh, is that the... that's the perk from the altar. Hey, Essence of Lumber. Those are cash money now. I get excited when I see these now. Now I realise what the hell they do. 20 bonus lumber. Don't mind if I do. Yoink. I need to... Oh, can I put a price on those? Can I just put 20 times... Because an essence of lumber is worth, like, 4,000 gold? Something like that? Definitely, definitely worth paying attention to and tracking. You know? There's not, you know, when you might only be doing 15,000, 20,000 gold an hour, an extra 4,000 makes all the difference. I mean, we're on our scumbag druid right now. No consumables, no real brutal purpose. Are pushing 40k an hour. But that is a combo of herbing, mining, and lumbering. Not single focused on anything. I think the best goal per hour number would come if we just absolutely zerged lumber. But I don't mind a bit of wombo combo if it helps keep the druid up to speed a bit. Get some bonus knowledge points. At least get the weekly stuff out of the way. They're the easy knowledge points to get. Has anybody else found that the catch-up for herbalism and mining this expansion seems way more grindy than it was last expansion? I almost wonder if there was a bit of a... like an overcorrection. I know because on the alpha and beta, I and a few other people that tested it were both very concerned at just what the ratio of high quality materials was on the beta. That seemed to have changed from the beta to the live version of the game. I'm just wondering if there was an additional correction made to just how quick you get the catch-up points as well. Because it feels well fucking slow, this expansion. Like, throughout most of the War Within, it felt like I would get 4 or 5 catch-up points per hour for each profession, easy. Like, that's an average. This expansion, I'm lucky if I'm getting 1 or 2. It seems really slow to get the catch-up points this expansion, which I'm a bit frustrated by because I was kind of half relying on the catch-up points to just do the occasional seasonal blast and keep up to speed. There's our first cloudy quartz, at least. We haven't got the standard herbalism stuff out the way yet. Herbs keep adding catch-up for me every week, even though I'm caught up. Mining does not add any catch-up for me when I am caught up. Okay. There are some things that were excluded from the catch-up system. The inscription books, for example, are not technically part of the catch-up system. If you miss an inscription book, you just miss it. See you later. It's only like the weekly quests that you can catch up on. Now, as far as herbalism and mining is concerned, that should be your 6 or so. It should be a very calculated number, catch-up points in herbing and mining. Because it's the exact points you'd get from the, like, 6 you get per week. Or is it 6 or 8 treasures you get per week? Son of a bitch, I nearly got that one. Completely agree. Spent 2 hours yesterday leveling an alt. Only got 1 mining catch up. 0 herbs. Yeah, it seems brutal, the catch up this time. Like I said, I've got nothing to quantify this because I you know, it's not something I've ever really tried to track. It is just kind of by vibes. It's not really ever very helpful when it comes to feedback. You know, oh, this feels off. But there's definitely... I felt far more comfortable keeping my characters up to speed, knowledge point wise, in the War Within. Like, doing half an hour a week would get me the bonus, would get me the main ones, and if I missed a week, it would only be an extra half an hour the week after to get the catch-up points. It was like relatively straightforward to keep mostly caught up, but this time I'm a few hundred points behind, which is my own fault, but the catch-up points are just terribly slow. So much so I really regret getting so far behind. Catch-ups are awful for the gathering. I mean, the catch-up system as a whole, I'm not a fan of. There is the saving grace that at least you can technically grind it out. If you know, if you miss points from the weeks before, you can in theory just grind more, and you are also, of course, making gold every hour you do it. So you're never, the more mining and herbing you do, that's the thing with gathering, isn't it? You know, sure, you're sure you lose time, but you never, your gold always goes up. Like, you're always obtaining value, even if it's not as much value as you'd like. Catch up, on the other hand, for the professions, I think, excluding enchanting, obviously, but catch up in the main crafting professions is even more gross. It's borderline insulting. I get, like, before the expansion went live, I gave Blizzard, like, a solid piece of feedback over the professions, and I was like, the simplification hasn't worked. This isn't more simplistic, you've just cut stuff out. And one of the feedbacks I gave was that they should really amp the catch-up system for professions. There isn't, like, there isn't a massive shiny pot of gold at the end of the rainbow with the main crafting professions, so there's no reason for it to be so slow, I think. Mr. Goldson, my man, welcome in. Hope you're doing well, buddy. Appreciate bringing you and your crew. Hope you had a good stream. How's your Decor adventure going? Have you... your cross-realm Decor adventure? I haven't caught a stream for a few days. We're farming up some lumber. Don't know why it adds catch up every week when I'm caught up according to the knowledge tracker. Are you sure you're getting everything from your normal weekly play? That said, actually, I wouldn't be so surprised if there was some funny business, because, well, not funny business, but bugs, because the default catch-up system, when they first implemented it, I don't know how many people remember, but mining was basically providing an unlimited amount of catch-up points, even if you were caught up. And maybe just because nobody's really reported it, that's the same again this expansion? I don't know, but mining in the War Within, when they first switched the catch-up system on, just let people grind out knowledge points. Like, it didn't matter if you were caught up, you could still farm more and more and more. Some people capped their knowledge tree in like a week by doing it when they figured it out. I'm not at that luxurious point to know, but where's the wood? Give me the wood. I think you're right about not selling 50% of your inventory. Also switching to sell the decor on the high pop realms. It's not just a decor thing, it's a general when you're doing flipping. It's kind of counterproductive when you come from the realm of like mass crafting, because when you're mass crafting, you absolutely 100% build into your calculation that you will sell everything, and even when you sell everything, you make 4% profit, right? When you come from that sort of mindset, and you switch into like cross-realm selling, it's very easy to also assume that you will still continue to sell everything, but you won't. You genuinely won't. You have to go by the assumption that, I mean, transmog's even worse. Like, if you do any sort of transmog farming or flipping, you have to do the calculations and you have to assume that 80% of your stock will go in the bin, and that it will never sell and it will never materialize as gold. and it's kind of the same if you're going to do deck or cross realm. You need to make sure that you are like, if you were to flip it, for example, you need to make sure you can buy it for less than half what you will sell it, because half of yours will not ever sell, or certainly not within a reasonable time frame. You need that if you're ever going to get reason to continue relisting and crafting and buying and selling on multiple realms. You have to make so much profit on the stuff you do sell, it counteracts and pays for all of the inventory that doesn't sell. And that's when you can switch off from doing all of the buy-in for months on end and just focus on reselling everything. And that's why people's graphs just go up and up and up and up and up. You can have periods where because your opportunities to buy stock at cheap prices is very seasonal, like the patches. When a season is happening, for example, let's just look at the last patch, for example, season 1. In season 1, we've had the field accolades and we had the dark particles. Now, all of the cosmetics from that system were readily available at pretty cheap prices on most realms. That means the opportunity to buy all of that shit on the cheap is kind of now, a little bit. As everybody is still selling off, but nobody's really farming any more of it. And they're probably unlikely to ever really farm much more of it. So now is the time where you buy all of that stuff, but then you post it for 50 times the price you buy it, and it's the consistency of listing it at those stupidly high prices for the next 3 years straight means in 2 years' time you can sell those same cosmetics for 100,000 gold apiece. But short term, you lose a lot of gold, but you make it back quickly on those big, super massive sales. It's the way you have to do it. So, with any cross-realm flipping, you should probably assume that you're not going to sell 50 to 80% of the stuff you buy to resell. But you price your items in a way that the sales you do make cover the cost of everything that you don't sell. And then you profit on top, obviously. Don't know what you're talking about. Still have 3 guild banks full of the dragonflight patterns from flipping. Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is now every single one of those you'll sell. I had some amazing sales on dragonflight. The inscription recipes. The dragon riding cosmetics. I've had some absolutely ludicrous sales on those. Like, we're talking like 180 to 300,000 gold on some of them. Just absolutely batshit crazy prices on some of that stuff. And that, sales of that nature is what covers the cost of all of your inventory that just rots in a guild bank. That you still paid for, you still bought. Good Samaritan gifted me the game in 3 months. I'm already level 90, struggling with 2 things. No Voidlight Marl, and abundance for the Vivid Core farm. Fused Vitality, I guess you probably mean. Also need decor recipes for alchemy, and those don't drop. Voidlight Marl is... There's no one single best farm to get more of it. It is just a... Voidlight Marl is the expansion-wide currency that is basically rewarded to you anytime you do something in very small quantities. And those very small quantities very frequently add up. It's a playtime thing more so than anything else. If you've just blasted your way to 90... You're probably not going to have any Voidlight Marl, but over time you'll amass loads of it just by playing the game. It's kind of the currency you get just by playing. You get it in dribs and drabs from doing everything. You can often focus the weekly world quests. They tend to be pretty good for Voidlight Marl. And so your stacks of it just add up over the weeks. Some people use a lot of alts in order to do those world quests, those weekly quests, sorry, more frequently. But yeah, Voidlight Marl will just happen over time. Oh, that piggy's going to get me again. Those two nodes are annoying. Couple of laps in and I'm starting to recognize the problem nodes. Starting to almost get a bit of a lap in play. Point is though, even with picking up lumber at the same time, this is really not super lucrative on a gold per hour perspective. I'm almost, once I've got the, I mean, I've picked up a fair amount of the mining knowledge points, so I'm just not getting many of the herbalism ones. Standard mining points. I've only had 2 of the herbalist points out here. Am I just hitting way less herbs? I'm way further behind on herbs as well. Need to focus herbs more. I was wondering that maybe I just stop tracking herbs and ore so I don't pick them up. And just focus on some lumber for a while. Where's me lumber supplies? 129? I needed like 500 lumber or something, didn't I? So I actually might think about just focusing on lumber. Once I got the weekly herbalism out the way, I might just purely focus lumber. Because the catch-up's a bit of a meme, it feels like. Got 8k mile, but I need more for recipes. Any thoughts on fishing in the coiled isle? It makes no sense. Green and blue stars drop more than the common ones, and I need the common ones to purchase the recipes. I mean, you can buy them all off the auction house. Meaning you sell the ones that you get, and you use the gold to buy the ones you need. And the reason why everybody is in the same boat, though, don't forget, right? So everybody wants to buy the recipes with the basic starfish thing. And so hence why the basic ones are worth more than the rare ones. Because they're actually the ones that people need and want. Everybody, you know, if you're experiencing it, so is everybody else. Which is what creates the demand for the standard ones. And why they're more expensive. Fused vitality is just time gated. There's no trick. There's no way around it. I mean, there is some real filthy shenanigans on how to get some more by rotating professions, but I think that's probably a touch above where we should go right now. You're basically limited by doing your abundance quests each week. You can get 3 fused vitality. 3 fused vitality by doing the fishing quests up in the corner of Zulaman, the Abyss Angler stuff. You trade pearls for 3 fused vitality up there. And you get 2 fused vitality, 1 for each of your profession weekly quests. So you are kind of capped on how many of it you can get per week. And it's just consistency. Can you explain why mulching blue is way more valuable than purple? Isn't it because the blue guarantees you a... Mulching the blue one gives you a guaranteed nocturnal lotus, right? Whereas the purple one only guarantees you high quality herbs on your next pull. And isn't the Nocturnal Lotus technically worth more than a handful of extra, like, high-quality herbs? If I have remembered that the right way around. I think it's purely because the Nocturnal Lotus is worth summing. Northrend Cup is on if you're interested in that. Oh, somebody mentioned that earlier, yeah. I'm 100% done with Dragon Races, to be honest. They were fun for a while, but the novelty of those wore off. I've flown through enough hoops. I think actually some of I can't remember which continents I did, but some of them I think I completed all the races on anyway. It might be in the Outlands one I completed. I can't remember. You don't need to at me in every message, by the way. I read the chat, don't worry. It's jarring seeing these big red bars on my screen. Common ones are as expensive as the green ones. Makes no sense. Well, that, like I said, that's due to the fact that everybody wants the common ones. The common ones are the ones that are in demand. The quote-unquote uncommon ones nobody wants. And so they're cheaper. Prices are dictated by who wants them. Is there a way or route to optimize? No, not really. No, fused vitality, it's just a quantity you can get per week. And if you want more, you got to come back next week. Actually, don't see all that. I suppose I'm going around the edge, so maybe that's why I'm not seeing many herbs. Maybe the herbs are more inland. I do need to focus on picking the herbs up more, especially when it's Azroot. That's one that is worth summing. How long will we be doing this? 41 minutes. That is more than enough time. Way too much time. Some reason, I don't know why. I tend not to look at the viewer count on the stream. But I accidentally glanced at it. Don't know how our viewer count has gone up since I started farming. Makes no sense. I suppose I'm at least doing something goal making related, I suppose. Appeals to more people. Go to the island and northeast, no mobs, lots of resources, kind of boring though, spinning around in circles. The island in the north, like this bit, there is lots of lumber up there. You're not wrong. Is there any herbs and ore up there? Clearly been there because I've tracked all the nodes, but I wonder if I'd have I spotted bots in the new zone? I haven't, no. Bots usually take a while to get their profile in order, but it will happen. Definitely will happen. Although the, well, due to having the Discord, I mentioned this earlier in stream, I've had to put an application process into the Discord. Probably only temporarily, just because the Discord is getting absolutely hammered by bots trying to join it to spam everybody to sell them gold. Which is obviously not the type of person I want joining the Discord. And And I've, for the most part, been able to keep them under control whilst still letting them in, even though you slip through the net. But as of recently, the bots have been trying to join the Discord far more aggressively. And they're joining in order to try and sell you lot gold, is basically what they're trying to do. So my emphasis is to keep them out. And unfortunately, the only way I'm able to do that at the moment by putting the Discord in invite-only mode. So anybody can use the Discord links to come and join the Discord, but if you're not there already, there's a 3-question questionnaire you just have to fill out, and I have to manually accept the applications. It's the only way for me to vet each individual application to keep the bots at bay. It's annoying, but gotta do it. Hopefully it'll make it a nicer place to be and you won't get spammed by stupid gold sellers. Have you found Cursed, Sanguithorn, or Mana Lily? Probably. I've not been paying that much attention to the specifics. There is materials out here, though. Oh, the lack of mobs is going to make this bit much more comfortable. That's a top tip. Top Crazy Bear tip. Elevation is making it feel a little bit like, what's it called? Harandar, but we can live with that. Yeah, Loot Appraiser still doesn't track these cursed globes that we get. Frustratingly. I mean, my Loot Appraiser numbers are significantly lower than what they should be. I tend to find it's better to be that way around than the other, though. It's not tracking the overloading. It's not tracking the Essence of Lumbers. About 4k a piece right now. I think in the grand scheme of things, we're probably doing, while Loot Appraiser says 35, we're probably doing closer to 50. Which is, you know, I'll take it. I don't mind if the points are a bit lower whilst we farm up some knowledge points as well. There's a whole bunch of everything out here. Treasures, lumber, herbs, ore. Well, the best stats for alchemy, fishing, cooking, and herbalism. Well, fishing doesn't have stats, and it's all dependent on what you're crafting. There's a simple rule with the crafting professions. You're at the point with your goal-making journey where this is a shameless promo, but you absolutely could benefit from jumping in the Discord because there's some basic overviews to each of the professions in there. There's some free mini guides in the Discord. It'd be well worth you having a read through some of those. But the generalized rule for crafting is if it can multi-craft, you want to stack as much multi-craft as you can. if it can't multi-craft because it's a piece of gear or it's an enchant or something like that, if it can't multi-craft, then yeah, stack resourcefulness. But if it can multi-craft, you want as much multi-craft as you can get. Because multi-craft equals free shit. Resourcefulness procs just give you a slight saving on what you've already paid. So resourcefulness isn't as strong. Anybody else notice the petrified roots from the end of the Mythic Plus dungeon chest? I mean, I noticed... I watched Elon do an M0, I think it was, the other day. I don't even think it was in a Mythic Plus dungeon, but he got like 4 or 5 or something at the end of the dungeon. Which, maybe that's a conscious decision to make... to make roots drop more frequently from Mythic Plus instead of Delves, I don't know. Maybe the, maybe the dev in charge of the economy side of stuff is planning on doing some Mythic Plus this season and not so many Delves, who knows? Devs at Blizz seem to make the rules up as they go along these days. There's a unique pool of cod in the Coiled Isle where you can instantly level fishing from 0 to 100. Well, that pool is for a treasure, isn't it? It's... I can't remember where it is. I've picked up the treasure, but I know what you mean. Down here somewhere. Is this one around here? Does it also level up your fishing loads? It's kind of funny if it does. Oh, that's something that I saw somebody say the other day. Ooh. You're not meant to I can't even remember if this is a thing now. You're not meant to regain a point of vigor every time you do herbalism or mining. I know you have to spec into it. But I'm not sure... Mining is not gaining me any vigor back. Somebody said that isn't working in the Coiled Isle. And I think I agree with them, it's not. Have I even spec'd into it though? Is it something in here? Restore 1 charge for your skywriting abilities when mining any midnight deposit. Yeah, that doesn't work on the new zone. Lol. I'm guessing it's the same in herbalism. Gathering herbs in the midnight region will replenish 1 charge of your skywriting ability. Yeah, that doesn't work either. Whoops. I just noticed it as I was starting to run out of vigor doing all of the up and downs, doing laps around here. It's about £100 a year to play early access. Would you like to pay to beta test World of Warcraft's latest expansion? You're in luck. Play midnight tonight. I also haven't been using my herbalism overloads. Bad mojo. It appears there's no value for maxing out the overload tree in the coil dial since there's no nodes there as well. Yeah, that was always going to be a bit of a weird one. They either were going to have to retrofit the spec trees to like maybe the main node for overloading benefit in the coil dial or something, but yeah, the fact that the other traits... The game doesn't seem to believe that we're in a midnight zone right now. I would guess is where the problem lies. The coil dial just doesn't have a zonal tag that is considered midnight, and so that talent is looking for a zone that has the zone ID of a midnight zone, and they haven't updated it. It's probably a very simple code change that just a human never did, and an AI wasn't asked to do or didn't know to do it. Be my assumption. After I join, what should I do? Oh, the Discord. Well, I'll have to accept the application at the moment. But there's a category with a whole bunch of like free guides to the different professions. Have a read through whichever of those is relevant to you. Loot Fever, I've just read your message. That is a level of degen for sure. Take a day off, dude. Jesus. 290 plus on all your ults though, that's crazy. That's assuming Loot Fever's still lurking. Oh, yeah, you are. Can't argue with 290 gear across all of your ults week 1. With probably 305 in your sights next week by some hero gear. Right, I'm not going to do this for more than an hour, just simply because I don't have the sanity levels to do it for more than an hour. But, I mean, a conservative 35,000 gold an hour just flying around the new zone at the moment. Now, of course, that is going to require you to have some sort of setup and willingness to convert lumber, as there is some value attached to that, to lumber. That's not just herbalism and mining. But it's it would actually be substantially more than that if A, loot appraiser tracked everything, and B, you just did lumber. Solo herbing and mining, I think, is probably only about 20k an hour, as it stands today. But I'm not using consumables, you know, I'm not min-maxing it. My professions aren't fully optimized for this. If I can get 20k an hour, there'll be people out there with a full build that'll be doubling that. That's usually the rule I go by when I do any gathering. If I can get 20k an hour, somebody else can get 40, because my setup isn't optimized in the slightest. And those little optimizations do add up. You know, using your consumables, getting your epic tools, profession gear, that sort of stuff. And actually focusing on what you're doing. Paying attention makes a world of difference. Crazy as that sounds. Oh, the neighbours' dogs have started barking. I've seen some websites saying that the ritual sites are good for farming Void Light Marl. If you're geared and you know how to run them quickly, tier 6 rituals with all 8 challenges activated. I can complete them in about 10 minutes and they give you about 400 Void Light Mile, but you do need some practice doing it, and you do need a geared character. The issue is that at the moment they're not really going to give you much of anything else. You'd be doing it purely for the Void Light Mile. A lot of the, because they haven't updated the rituals for season 2. Only 400. The site says it's almost 2k. Well, it depends how you do it. You can either speed run them in 10 minutes and get like 400 a run, or you could methodically clear the whole zone and probably get 2,000 per ritual, but you're not going to do that in 10 minutes. The island at the south is good for herbing and mining, and lumber as well. Hardly any mobs, fast respawns for nodes, plus there's quite a few of the cursed ones. Yeah, we've been doing laps around the north one for a little while. This has already proven to be... the elevation is a touch annoying. Lots of ups and downs, which does slow you down. But there's not a single mob out here. And by the time you've got round... round one side, it's respawning again on the other side. It feels... I'm rarely not chasing a node over here. So you say you saying the Naldor Isle, is that the one you're suggesting? Because surely this little piddly one is too small, right? There's not going to be much going on there. Okay, we've hit the hour mark. I think that's about my tolerancy level for some herbing and mining today. Let's get our spoils on the auction house. How much lumber did we get from that little adventure? 175 lumber? Yeah, see, this is the thing, right? 175 lumber. We've sacrificed 75 lumber, roughly. I can do 250 lumber an hour comfortably if I just focus on lumber. So I've sacrificed 75 lumber in that hour in order to get some catch-up points and some knowledge points for for herbing and mining. And in fairness, in that hour, we did eventually get the rest of our weeklies and 10 catch-up points for mining. That's not too bad. Herbalism was a bit more ouch. So maybe it's, you know, it's not as bad. But a wombo combo of getting some lumber and getting some herbs and ore is, let's just call it 40k an hour. Because Loot Appraiser is not tracking the overloads and stuff, which is where some of the value is. These cursed globes, for example. We got 55 cursed globes, and Loot Appraiser probably didn't track half of them. Yeah. Yeah. If you're bored of other things to do, there is some simple monotonous goal to be had, though. Which, I don't know, it's difficult because my perspective on this is different to most. If I don't get 1/10 of a token in an hour, I usually will not be doing the activity. And this is literally bang on, roughly 1/10 of a token. What's the token in the EU nowadays? 380? Something like that? So it's kind of Kind of right on the limit for me, personally. Each to their own. This lumber's going to need to go... In fact, let me just... There's an easy solution here. Let me just send this to... I should just put it in the war bank, shouldn't I? If I just put it in the war bank, anybody can pull from it. Let's put that in the war bank. Put the other mats in there as well. I'll either craft with those or sell them. That'll do. Oh, we did get a few 266 pieces as well. Which, whilst I don't know if Loot Appraiser was tracking the value of those correctly, those are still definitely worth paying attention to and definitely selling. A Warbound. There's a bind on equip. There's a bind on equip. Few sellable ones. That'll do, that'll do. Right, chat, boys and girls, people of all ages, thank you very much. I'm going to leave it there for today. Tomorrow is going to be delve season again. Tomorrow will be delve season. We'll be blasting delves most of the day tomorrow. We've got vaults to open. All sorts of good stuff kicks off tomorrow. Of course, the first major reset of the season, which is good fun. We got the delve season complete this week. So we can look forward to getting some both champion and hero gear from our delves tomorrow as well. Which is good fun. Good fun. We'll see how our gearing goes. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you enjoyed. Come say hi on the Discord if you're already there. Feel free to fill out the quick questionnaire and I'll invite you in if you are not. Yeah, have a wonderful rest of your day, boys and girls. If you're playing over on Team NA, good luck with your reset. You get yours a little bit before us, and more importantly, thank you very much for beta testing for Team EU. I'll see you all tomorrow. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Peace.